How are you guys all doing? How they do? I hope everyone is doing well. It is a great day today. We're going to be sharing this, so hold on. How they do? I hope you're all doing well. Welcome. I need to come up with a name for this live stream. You know, like Nicolai's descent into madness of the internet. We really need to come up with something like that. My goodness, I hope you all are doing well. It has been an interesting day and a half since I last streamed. Literally, I stopped streaming like yesterday, just did a short little thing, just talking to people and chilling. Octavian, how are you doing, brother? Um, and I just had like a short little stream that I did, and I was like, I was making some food. I thought, hey, I'll just talk to some people while I'm doing this. I have nothing going on. I hang up, and literally, not even like an hour or two later, freaking Milo Yiannopoulos with the destroying the credibility of a right wing e-girl Catholic influencer and the destruction and the sad state of affairs for Elijah. We all knew that Elijah Schaffer was in kind of a rough he was in a rough spot and playing it nicely. We all knew that Elijah Schaffer had a torrid history of being a player, and he had a torrid history of infidelity and all these things. But I really didn't, guys. I didn't think that the uh, Protestants would go out of their way. I didn't think they would go out of his way. I didn't think the Protestants would go out of their way to try and blame Eastern Orthodoxy. Eastern Orthodoxy for this stuff. Absolutely batshit that they would even try and do this. I mean, the talk about glass houses. Lord have mercy. So we're gonna share guys. Lizzie Marbach, who of course has her along with the other Lizzie. There's really only two of them. But those two alone have done such harm to the name Lizzie that I don't think I'll ever be able to hear the name Lizzie again without having a shiver go up my spine. I will never be able to name my child Elizabeth just because there's a chance people will call her Lizzie. I can't call her Elizabeth because there's a chance that somebody will call my daughter Lizzie. So that name is defunct. There will never be an Elizabeth in my family as long as I am the patriarch of this household. She's ruined it. Lizzie Marbach and Farming and Jesus Lizzie have ruined the name Elizabeth. Is there any other name that you can shorten to Lizzie? That's a good question. What's up, Infinite? How are you doing, brother? Lizzo? But isn't Lizzo just short for some like other name, or is that just a stage name? Could be a stage name. So Lizzie Marbach says Elijah Schaffer is a perfect example of why Protestants should ignore. Good luck with that. The RCC and EO is trying to shame us for not being trad enough or high church. Okay, Lizzie. Okay, Lizzie. Or when they fearmonger that we losing all the men. You guys are losing all your men. The data is super clear on this. Men are overwhelmingly leaving evangelical circles. It's not even close. It's that fat acceptance chick's name. Yeah, but she's not even like that fat anymore. She's been losing weight. Unless Pope Nicholas speaks ex cathedra to an infallibly binding mind, will, and intellect of your household diocese. So true. So true. All right. I know how to do a proper salute, guys. I was in the military. Um, your finger, the longest finger on your hand needs to come right to the corner of your eyebrow, where your eyebrow comes. Now, if you got one of those jacked up eyebrows that goes like halfway to your face, then no, you have to go to the corner of your head. But typically, your eyebrow is supposed to, like for most people that are normal, like that don't like have like one or like the people that have like no hair on their brows, like who like I've met people like that. It's very weird. They're like there's like a sort of like you can't get past it. Like you're looking at them, but all you can do is stare at the fact that they have no eyebrows. But anyways, yeah. Unless you're one of those rare specimens, to the corner of the eyebrow, guys. I got into Orthodoxy shortly after being convicted of Christianity. For some reason, emotional stuff kind of makes me uncomfortable. So the Big Eva stuff was just off the table. Yeah, but Big Eva is not. It's not about being emotional. Like you can be. I get emotional going to divine liturgy. It's that your emotion should be that of conviction, not of emotional highs, not of like passion. We have to be dispassionate. Dispassionate. That means that when we do feel emotions, it should be because of conviction, because of our sins and the weight of those sins on us. And the fact that we appreciate and glory to God that He takes those, right? And that He loves us. Yes, but Big Eva banks everything on emotion, like the whole service centered around it. Yes, because they're trying to push towards an emotional high. Get to that high so that they can bring the band back on stage. The band starts playing very melodic music. They're ready to like I got something going on here with my jaw. I think I slept on it funky, that's why. All right, there we go. And they start playing the slow guitar riff, the piano, the ring, the ring, the ring, the ring. And then they start raising that emotional feeling in you that swells up, and then they do an altar call, and then the pastor will do one last passionate plea for people to turn their life to Jesus. Turn your life to Jesus. Submit yourself to His will. Love Him because He loved you. And then and then they start raising the music, and then they slowly like bring it to a sliding landing, and then everybody feels really happy and elated, and I'm ready to go face life. And then you go, and then that feeling wears off by the end of the day. That's why women are the most susceptible to evangelicalism. Yes, it's extremely performative. Yes, and buy me a Rolex if you love the Lord. Yeah, there is some of that. Though I will say there are a lot of really good, solid people that are just trying to do the best with what they got in the evangelical circles, and they're not trying to get rich off it. But there is a significant portion of pastors that make a very good living off of their business church. So, anyways, let's continue this. So enough whining here. These are the men we're losing. Non-converted boys who hate God and the gospel. Men who love their sin and do not actually want true change. Men chasing towards rituals to feel good without any real repentance happening. Hear that, guys? All of you men who converted to Orthodoxy from Protestantism, you're just these dudes. You hate God and the gospel. You love your sin and actually don't want to change. Wow, Lizzie. She's a real winner, by the way. She's a real winner. Not engaging with the arguments, not engaging with the theology, not engaging with the fact that she's that this is just a total and blatant lie. Not engaging with the fact that Elijah Schaefer did all of this stuff, the cheating, the infidelity, the fact that he was sleeping around and whoring around, all while he was a Protestant and a youth pastor at Big Eva. He did all of this while doing that? He only very recently started looking to Orthodoxy when It was clear that he was going through a very rough time and knew he needed to get himself straight with the Lord. Unfortunately, it was too little too late for his marriage, it seems like. We can pray earnestly that he converts to orthodoxy, that he repents, and he begs his wife for forgiveness. And he ought to beg his wife for forgiveness. It was you guys that led him to this point. Your churches did nothing. By the way, Elijah Schaefer was sexually abused as a child in an evangelical church. It's part of the reason that he is the way he is. Congratulations, Lizzie. Yeah, I'm fine with answering questions clearly different from a topic. But let me kind of finish up my thought process here. But yeah, go ahead and ask. Um, so I'm gonna finish up this stuff with Lizzie first, and then I can go ahead. Because otherwise I get derailed and I don't remember. Um, so congratulations, Lizzie. Your own church is what produced Elijah Schaefer. He was a youth pastor. Lord have mercy. He was diddled in an evangelical church that abused him so badly and sexually abused him so badly that he's had sexual issues since he was a child. He's admitted to this. He's talked about his abuse. It's no different from when they pushed the narrative that we're losing all the women because we're too harsh. When was that ever a narrative? When was that ever a narrative? It was never a narrative. Eastern Orthodox never made the claim that, oh, evangelicals are too harsh and that's why they're losing women. What are you talking about? Oh, she's going to make me crash out. She's such a dishonest little snake. Apparently, for evangelicals, attending a liturgy or two is enough to be considered EO. Yeah, I think Elijah has maybe attended a handful of liturgies, and that was after all of these scandals had already taken place. This was after he already had the affair with his employee. This was after his marriage was already imploding. This was after all of this stuff. So apparently you can just say, oh, well, it was because he was interested in Eastern Orthodoxy 5 months into the future. Now that's something. Using an inquirer's faults to dunk on orthodoxy is the only thing these evangelicals have left. So true, Henry. So true. They're looking for an outlet to LARP and be comforted while they remain in sin. Okay. This is just seeker sensitivity for men. Don't fall for it. Just continue to preach the gospel and stand for truth. What's the gospel, Lizzie? What's the gospel? You dishonest? Oh, Lord have mercy. These are the leadership, by the way. This woman used to be former Ohio for Life, Ohio GOP. These are the types of women that are leading the GOP. These snakes. These people who are completely in bed with Big Eva, and Big Eva has betrayed the Republican movement for decades now. They've failed on every single front, and they want us to go back. They want us to go back to their arms. F yourself, Lizzie. Go F yourself. Begging the question every time they say preach the gospel. Yes, 100%. At best, their gospel is incomplete. No, Byzantine, it's not incomplete. They have a false gospel. They say that about us all the time. No, they have a false gospel. They hate Christ because they don't believe in the same Christ as us. There are some well-meaning people that believe that they're loving Jesus, and I think Jesus will reward those people to the best of their ability based on the knowledge that they had, but they're still wrong. Do I think that the old granny going down the street who goes and attends her Baptist church to the best of her ability, repents every day, she prays for her grandchildren every day, she prays for her family, she prays for her community, and she just does the best she got with what she knows? Do I think that do I think that that old granny is going to be held accountable for that? Or do I think Christ is going to look at that with favor? I think Christ will look at that with favor. That being said, people like Lizzie who do know the truth, who do know about orthodoxy, who reject it and hate it and despise it, I have nothing but contempt for people like that. I have nothing but contempt for that. I have contempt for Lizzie and people like her because they know the truth and they don't listen. It's not even that they're like engaging in good faith and they're trying to work out what this all means, like Cleave to Antiquity, who is in good faith trying to approach Eastern Orthodoxy and going, what is all of this? Let me debate this. Let me rationalize this. They don't do that. They don't do that. Instead, they are trying to shove the blame of their own sins onto us. Elijah Schaffer is a byproduct of big evangelicalism. He was a youth pastor. He was abused as a child in a big Eva church. He was desperate to get away from his addictions and struggled mightily with his addictions, both sexual and alcoholic and drugs. He struggled with all of that. It definitely didn't help that he was an influencer. He struggled with all of this while being an evangelical. He cheated on his wife while being an evangelical. He did all of these things while being an evangelical. How dare you try and shove this onto Eastern Orthodox? Now, as for Sarah Stock and the Roman Catholics, I won't comment on that. She converted after being married. She converted after getting married like 6 months ago. So for me, that's a ridiculous commentary as well. But at least she converted. At least she converted and claimed to be rad trad. She's like, I converted to Roman Catholicism because XYZ. I'm a rad trad. At least she converted. Elijah Schaffer was desperate for orthodoxy because everyone else failed him. He went to my Bible college. Really? Really? So there you go. There you go. Sid, thank you for the confirmation. Big Eva failed Elijah Schaffer. They failed to police their own. As they narcissistically place themselves in the judgment seat of Christ, says your moms. Yes. Absolutely pathetic. I wasn't this enraged when I started the stream. I was just kind of laughing about how like Lizzie, like her name has been ruined like forever for me. Like Elizabeth can never be a name for any child or grandchild of mine ever, because of Lizzie. But my goodness, howdy, Nicholai. How long has the live been going? 17 minutes. Hasn't been long. Thank you, MG Studies. Das Concrete. Can't wait till Nicholai gets so tilted he starts bashing his setup. Yeah, good luck, guys. Listen, I don't have the greatest patience in the world, but I don't get that angry. The backlash I got for pointing out that Sarah seems to be getting more hate than Elijah. Yeah, but Sid, I think the reason you get backlash, and this is not justifying the backlash. I'm just saying I think the reason you got the backlash, I do believe there is some level of woman hatred that has been seething and bubbling under the surface for a while now because it rose to prominence in 2023, 2024. And then it kind of went under because they went too far, particularly when they went too far attacking Ben Luigi and his wife for simply posting a picture on Instagram. Like they tried to slut shame Ben Luigi's wife, and they attacked my daughter. That really did. I mean, particularly not me because I'm not as big as Ben, but Ben's wife getting attacked by the man-hating Groiper sphere and stuff like that really, really did a lot of harm to their ability to make claims on the internet, right? Well, Pearl's problem is that she's retarded. Pearl's problem is she's retarded. Like she's not that smart. Um so but that's the biggest problem with Pearl, and she has a very specific audience that she feeds into. It's the very, very much red pill sphere of people. The red pill has been kind of slowly whittling away and dying off, but now they have their new like banner. They have their new banner that they can wave. She thinks all trad women are the problem. No, listen. I would say of the problem are the trad woman influencers who LARP as trads when they don't have the receipts. You know who has the receipts actually? Rachel Wilson. She's lived the traditional life. She has been married to the same man for 19 years. She has 5 children. She has raised all of them now. And it is only after most of them are out of the house that she has even been active in the online sphere at all. So that's not to say she doesn't have a torrid past. Everyone knows that Rachel doesn't. Rachel admits herself she has a past, but that's kind of irrelevant. The point is that she actually lives out how she speaks. Stara Stock has earned no credibility. Why did people put so much faith into a random girl nobody knew? Nobody knew who she was. Nobody knew her if she had any was she raised properly? No one knew it, who was this girl? She was just on Jubilee one day and then she got famous. Oh, Elijah did wrong. Um Elijah was absolutely despicable in his behavior. But we all knew that already. I think that's the key. Everyone already knew Elijah had a lot of problems. We all knew he had addiction problems. We all knew he had a proclivity towards certain things. It was a open secret about all of this stuff. We knew he had alcohol problems. We knew he had sexual deviancy problems, like he had sex addiction. Again, by his abuse in Big Eva. Uh, so we already knew that. I think that's part of the problem. I think the other thing is that Elijah Schaefer was trying to get better in the last few months. He was trying to attend church. He was trying to get sober. He was trying to do all of these things. And life hit him hard. And he's still trying to do all of those things, but it's a little too late. It's kind of one of those things where it's like you're trying to put together a broken marriage when your marriage is already broken. I had no idea, I guess, but also why no accountability and still had a platform? That's my point. Well, the thing is, people because Elijah said the right things about Israel. That's why he said the right things about Israel. You want the truth? That's the truth. The truth is that he was willing to name the names. That's what got him. That's what rekindled his career in the first place. He was kind of on the downward sloping, anyways, when he went into the Blaze. And then when he started inviting Nick Fuentes on, that gave him a boost of life. That gave him a shot of adrenaline. He should have taken a job. Bro, I'm subbed. Why won't it let it type? You're typing now. I don't know. Could be a bug. Do I gotta make this question shorter? Oh, let me see. I didn't see the question here. This I make for a higher focused thought the day, and I'm more conscious than I think the opposite of scrolling Twitter. Would you say it's a neutral place or link it to Eastern bad stuff? I don't know what you mean by that, Drogo. I don't know what you mean, but you're gonna have to reword that question, I think. You said, oh, well, if your mom says okay with ramen, I don't care, darling. Can you open up an X space on this? Sure, why not? Why not? I didn't have any plans for this live anyways. Let's open up an X space. I suppose we'll record this one. Sarah, maybe Sarah Stock and Elijah Schaefer. How does his name spelled? I don't even know. And Elijah S. Stream space open chat. We'll do that. Ha! There we go. They will not show up because I have 90% of them blocked. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. All right. Cool. All right. Anyone who wants to hop in and have a chit chat? are more than welcome to hop in and have a chit chat. Now that being said, we will be doing some other things today for the stream, so it is not just going to be an open space. We are going to be going over some other things as well. So just a space to cover this topic, because I think that Big Eva using this as a battering ram against us is absolutely one of the most despicable things I've ever seen. Again, if we go here, guys, Lizzie Marbach trying to blame Eastern Orthodoxy for the product of their own theology and their own culture and their own churches is absolutely mind-blowing to me. It's absolutely mind-blowing to me. So listen, I've made that Agent Trouble. I've made the joke. Agent Trouble says people put too much stock in Sarah, no pun intended. Yes, people did put too much stock in her. She was a nobody. Why did people feel the need to do this? Why did people feel the need to bring people in? I don't understand. It made no sense to me. I see no sense. Blaze, how are you doing, brother? We will invite you to speak here. Catherine, also known as Sid. Beep boop. It's gonna take a while for those requests to go through, I think, because for some reason X spaces is like cancer. Oh, Lord of mercy. Rachel Wilson makes a good point here. She says, I think that even low-level internet fame is really, really bad for young people. It seems to ruin them. It puts way too much temptation in their lap when they haven't been stress tested by life yet. I very much agree. We'll send an invite again. I don't know. You guys can request to speak too, I suppose. I don't know.
Oh, hello.
What's up?
Oh, I can't hear you, brother. I'm sorry.
You cannot hear me.
Pardon me. One second.
All right.
Hey, Nicholai, can you hear me?
I can. How are you?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you too, Blaze. Can you hear me? Let me hold on. Ha! I figured it out. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now, Nicolai.
Spaces were being bad, so probably no one heard me this whole time. That's fine.
No, we didn't.
That's why instead of doing spaces, you do StreamYard. I tried StreamYard and I find it to be cancerous, and I don't have any interest in StreamYard. Maybe someday I'll figure it out, though. Someday I'll figure it out. I promise. Promise, chat. Anyways, Catherine, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
alive. I wake up to the whole world melting down. This is the nice thing about being in Korea, is everything happens while I'm asleep. I wake up and I can have the time to assess everything that's happening as it's happening. I can just be like, oh wow, well, okay. So
That's crazy. You
it
just
is
wake
nuts.
up to the world just in flames.
every time the world is always in flames here, guys.
Well, I just had a question on this because
Shoot.
I posted about this just from my observations, and like I get it, like what she did was wrong, and obviously both are despicable. But I wanted to get your take on this just because it
Sure.
seems to me like there's a lot of critique. Maybe I'm not understanding it against her, because it's worse that she's a hypocrite, basically, is what it is. Like, she was pretending to be something that she wasn't, which is bad, obviously. Like, I condemn that. but then how come there isn't my post recently that kind of blew up and Pearl got angry was like as if I'm a feminist just for saying this, that both are equally bad. Because Elijah was a obvious scoundrel and has been doing this for years with no accountability, and he's destroyed a family in the process. Like children are involved. To me, that's like almost worse because I understand like the scope of what she's doing is terrible because she's presenting herself as this trad woman, but it's both bad, and yet why is that bad to say that both are equally bad?
Well, it's not that it's bad to say, and I think your point is actually legitimate in the sense that if this was just like two people that were let's say all things equal, both people were involved and Elijah didn't have the history, then I would certainly think that it would be I think it would be equal. But I think the reason that people are reacting poorly, and again, Pearl is Pearl. She doesn't like anybody defending women ever for some reason. I think she goes too far in one direction every single. She always errs on the side of men every single time. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a reason for that, and part of the reason for that is just how slanted society is against men generally, on especially like family court systems and things like that. So people always feel justified in their biases, but I don't think your biases are justified just because you can find reasons for why they exist, right? Just because there's a reason for your bias doesn't mean your bias is good, right? So that's the first thing I would say. The second thing I would say is um the red pill sphere has been looking for a banner child to try and destroy the trad sphere for a long time. They've been trying to find like a symbol that they can point to say, see, all of these fake trad gals, they're all just fake. You guys need to trust us again. You guys need to come back
Mhm.
home, come to Papa. We're the red pill. You need to come here and you need to trust us because we're where you'll find safety, young men, not with these traditionalists, right? So they're trying to win back the narrative. So that's why.
Yeah.
I think I just take a perspective of like all things like I guess I never really took her as like a conservative trad and been like, oh, base and awesome, let me follow her. Because her being online and posting stuff like this always felt kind of just part of jumping on the bandwagon. And
I
I
agree.
kind of I sniffed that out pretty quick. And so all things being equal, I just kind of view it as like maybe I'm just such a like I'm logically thinking about this, and
No.
comparing apples to apples, and I'm just like, look, dude, like both are just terrible. This guy's been doing this for years and years. He presents himself as a traditional, like conservative person, right wing talking head, and a family man. His posts are like about his beautiful family, and then he just kind of
Yeah.
does these
I
things, and
think
to me, it's just like,
he's a byproduct, and this is why I was so outraged by the Lizzie post, was that he's a byproduct of a cycle of addiction, fakeness, uh, and this like fake mask that you put on from the big Eva sphere, from big evangelical. Um,
yeah, yeah,
and
right.
so everybody, I mean, apparently was an open secret. Elijah's had problems for years. He's been trying to break those for years unsuccessfully, and finally he had it to the point where he's like, dude, I just need to get myself straight somehow. This was about 4 or 5 months back, and he's like, hey, I need to fix myself or my marriage is toast. And I think his marriage was pretty much already toast, right? I think it
Hmm.
was probably to the point where it was over already, and he was trying to salvage something. His new venture was collapsing around him. He had investors breathing down his neck. And he couldn't maintain his sobriety despite his desire to, which is why he was exploring orthodoxy. I mean, orthodoxy is the church for sick people, right? It's
Hmm.
medicine, right? And I think it was already kind of over for him, which is why people aren't holding it against him quite as much because it was already clear the guy was in like a bad shape. Like like dude, like his posts the last like few months
They
have
were
been they
pretty
very
schizo.
very
Yeah.
schizo. You could tell the guy has been going through hell on earth. Probably's gotten very little sleep, And I'm not trying to make excuses for his actions. I'm just simply saying that from a purely uh objective standpoint, this guy was just in it, right? He was going through hell.
I
Meanwhile,
think
Sarah Stalk had this like persona, this glossy look. I look at I got the guy. I got married. I was a virgin when I was got married. She was bragging about being a virgin, like on a podcast not long ago, like
do
within
you
the
think it's
last year.
possible do you think it's
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
possible that
I can, Mr. Jax. Let Catherine speak, and then you guys can jump in when you feel like a chance. Catherine, go ahead. Sorry.
i- this is my last point. Do you think it's possible, cuz I don't think she was married to him. I think she was engaged to him
No,
and
they
then
got
got
married
married.
recently. Yeah.
No, I know they got married recently, but I'm saying the affair was happening when they were engaged, and then she told her fiance at the time that she was dating him, that she was a virgin and all that. But she began to work for Elijah, is the story, and then that's when this whole affair started. Do you think
Yes.
it's possible that that like he has a history of doing this to women, from my understanding? I didn't know all this. I thought he was just like this trad guy with a family and whatever,
No.
but he had done this before to other women in other shows, and so is it possible that, like, because she's,
Well,
I don't know,
no,
Sarah's
see
quite
that was
young.
a salty ex like co-host that accused him of a lot more than was like they did an investigation and found no wrongdoing on his end with his previous company. She was just very upset with his antics off the show, and stuff like that, and she wasn't happy that he brought on Nick Fuentes. So that's really what it comes down to for her. That being said, um, it's kind of
Like,
irrelevant. All of
do you
them.
think that he seduced her in any way? Because,
Well,
like,
I
I'm
mean,
not
of
saying she's
course,
not.
both parties seduced each other. Listen, from based on what's come out, they both got drunk at a party and they slept together, and then they continued to sleep together afterwards. If you made a mistake one time, you both got drunk and you made a stupid decision, and then you both just kind of like move on from it. That's one story, but she continued on with it, right? She
Yeah,
continued to
yeah.
have this multiple, and allegedly, again, she's denied some of the claims and accusations, but allegedly she had an abortion. Now, is that true? We don't know. Like ultimately, there a lot of this stuff is kind of still not fully understood, and so we don't know for sure. Uh, And no, by the way, nobody here commenting saying Pearl 100% overreacted when you pointed out that both sides thing. And I do agree. I think that it is a both sides thing. I just think that the histories involved colored people's perceptions of your point rather than the fact that, yeah, this is two fully grown adults uh, who slept together and they shouldn't have.
Here's just one last point, and I'll hop off. But I've noticed something in the trad sphere of both sides, where there's these, and it's often kind of the Andrew Tate sphere. I don't know what you want to call it, manosphere, where they demand a pure woman, and yet it seems to me that these are the same guys who are okay with, they get married, they lock down a trad woman or whatever, and have, kids, but then they go and they cheat on them, and then
Oh, yeah, yeah.
that's somehow not talked about or exposed enough. And yet when one girl who they put up as this trad poster child of, like, a trad woman, it all crumbles down, like, before their eyes, and they're, like, upset at all women. And it's like, but you, like, have the trad wife at home. Like, I saw a really sad picture of, like, his wife with his child, and there's, like, a nice dinner table laid out for him, and he was like, "I'm so grateful for my wife," and blah blah blah. But these are the same guys who go and they have that, and they don't
Well,
see how good
the
they have it,
problem
and
with
then they go cheat on
Elijah
them.
the problem with Elijah is that even his again, this is all alleged. I don't know for sure, and I don't want to like smear him any more than he already has been. Obviously, rightfully and non-rightfully, some of the stuff that's being said about Elijah is just not true. But uh, regardless, he again the abuse he experienced in Big Eva made him a sexual deviant. And that's not to say that he's not responsible for his sin. It's just to say that, you know, when people have deep sin deeply rooted in their lives, it's hard for them to shake, even when they have it all. even when they have it all.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I think
And
I'm just speaking at a larger, like the
yeah,
trad sphere
from
of men, the trad men that kind of present themselves as like maybe not trad, but like conservative men. Let's just say
mm,
conservative on the right.
yeah,
They present themselves as like, I want a trad wife and I want, as many kids as possible and I want this whole image. They do like the trad wife meme or like thing,
hmm
but then they don't even themselves kind of fulfill the other end of it, and
no.
they just can go sleep with all the girls, you know what I
Well,
mean?
yeah, it's a problem, and this is one thing that I said. I said this the other day when I first reacted to this. Is that men, and this is me calling out the guys here. We cannot, and I want to say this: we cannot expect traditional women from modern women if modern men can't act like traditional men. Okay, we have to lead by example, even if it burns us in the process. That's what leadership means. Leadership means that you're gonna take the licks, you're gonna get burned. So that's the first thing I'll say. The second thing I'll say about that is that a lot of you guys are not traditional men. You watch porn. And not only do you watch porn, you watch it to such a degree that it's a serious addiction where you can't even go a couple days without it. Okay? So a lot of you guys need to kind of wake up and realize that you can't expect traditionalism from women if you can't even hold yourself to the basic standard of not watching and gooning. Okay? It's not, and I'm gonna be real with you guys, not gooning is not as hard as you think it is. It is not that hard to resist the temptation to click the link. There are
Especially
all
if you're
sorts.
married.
I just,
Especially if you're
yeah,
if
especially if
you're
you're having
married,
regular
why are you
sex.
doing that?
Especially if you're married and having regular sex. I mean, come on. Now it's another story if there's problems in the marriage and stuff like that, but I don't want to get into that. I don't want to get into every possible scenario. What I'm saying is, if you want to lead by example, you need to stop cooming. You need to stop gooning. You need to stop getting into all of these into all of these degenerate acts. You need to stop watching pornography. And there are plenty of tools available for men that help you get away from that. And the science is clear on it. There's all sorts of tools, there's all sorts of programs, there's accountability partners. There you yourself can put as many walls in between you and that act and that material as you possibly can to make it as least likely as possible. And also if you guys aren't even doing your morning and evening prayers, if you're not even like there's so many things you guys could be doing, you're not even fulfilling the basics. And this is one thing I want to say to all Christians, including women and men. A lot of you guys want this traditional lifestyle, but you can't even fulfill the basics of the Christian life, of the Orthodox life, for those who are Orthodox in the chat. You can't even fulfill and by the way, I struggle with this too. So I'm talking to myself here too. You can't even do your morning and evening prayers with consistency. You can't even fast with consistency. Right? Fasting and prayer is like two of the basics. You're not even attending your parish regularly. Some of you like, I slept in, so I'm gonna go. I'm not gonna go today. Oh, just go late then. Oh, I can't put a timer on, and I'm feeling really like drowsy and groggy this morning, so I'm not gonna go to church. You guys can't even do the basic threes of the Christian life. Okay? So until you can get those basic threes down, maybe put a stop, maybe hit the brakes just a tad bit on wanting this trad life. Okay? Elijah Schaefer tried to do it after he was already married, after he already went through the abuse in the evangelical cycle, after he already had an addiction, after he already had problem with drugs. He tried to fix all this shit after he had the trad life, and look where it got him. Look where it got him. Now he potentially is losing his wife. God, Lord have mercy. Please pray for him and his wife. Hopefully she can give him another chance and maybe he can go and repent. I think he should go off the internet and go to a monastery for the next 6 months and just send a letter or a message to his wife or her family and just tell them that he's going to get help and that he prays that she gives him an opportunity to talk this out, even if she decides not to go with it. He should be on his hands and knees begging for forgiveness at this point from his wife. She gave him 2 children. Okay. The victim is not Sarah Stock and it's not Elijah Schaefer. The victim is the husband
His wife
of
and children.
it's the
Yeah.
husband of Sarah Stock, and it's the wife and children of Elijah Schaefer.
Yeah. What a mercy.
Yeah. So after that rant, Mr. Jax, Blaze, Catherine, go ahead. Mr. Jax, since you tried speaking earlier, why don't you go? You go first.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
We can. Yes, go ahead.
I'm an Orthodox inquirer, so I've only been around going to church for like 3-4 months now, and I know deeply well that once you actually start entering the church and stuff, that you get attacked heavily by demons. So it's almost a double-edged sword in a way, where you have all these things that you want to fix, so you join the church, but then the demons attack you after church, before church. So I'm just wondering if there's any advice you'd give to people like me who do get attacked
Well, that's a
often.
pastoral question, but I'll give you the answer that my priest gave me. So you should
I've
take
already
this to a
asked him.
clergy. You should take this to clergy, but I'll give you the answer that has been given to me when I've asked these questions. The answer is the three things that I just talked about. You need to triple down on your morning and evening prayers, and more if possible. You should be praying more often than your morning and evening prayers, but those are the bare minimum, right? You should be
Mhm.
trying to fast twice a week. That is the church's tradition, is Wednesday and Fridays. You should try and be fasting when you can. It's not like, oh my gosh, I'm going to a house party, or I'm going with a friend who isn't Orthodox and isn't fasting. So I guess I just have to say no to the steak. That's not what we're saying. Maybe eat half the steak you normally would, kind of a thing. Like, that's the
Okay,
principle of
so
fasting.
like don't do too much, right?
Yeah,
You
yeah. I
don't
mean,
want you don't want to burn yourself out,
well,
right?
you have to live the Orthodox life to the best of your ability that is granted to you. You're not a monastic.
Mhm.
So that's why people that read the Philokoia, I can't ever say that word. The people that read monastic literature and say, well, this is the principle, this is the standard for laypersons, that's stupid. You're not a monastic, right?
Yeah.
You're not anywhere. I mean, even laypersons who spend 50 years in the church and are dedicated and very, very strong Christians, a lot of them don't even get close to the level of monastic, because that's not the lifestyle they have to live. They live in the world, right? So you have to keep that into mind. And then the third
Okay.
thing is that you should be regularly consulting your spiritual father or your priest, right? You should be.
That's true. But the problem lately is that my spiritual father is hyper busy with all the new people coming in,
Well,
because the
yes.
small parish, the mission church I go to, only had like 50 people when I first came in like 4-5 months ago, and now it's like over 120 people. More experience, people actually in the faith, and more experienced in choirs and catechumens than I am. So
Yeah, and I appreciate that. Yeah. So again, it's more of a pastoral question, so I won't get into too much detail. But I think the thing that I've always found to be the best is to triple down on the basics. Thank you, baby
okay.
girl. Not you, Mr. Jax. My daughter gave me some water.
Well, that's all I wanted to say.
Well,
Thanks,
no,
man.
no, that's appreciate it. But do you have any before you go? Do you have any thoughts on what I was saying about the situation?
What you're saying about the situation, with Elijah Schaefer.
Yeah.
I know more about Elijah Schaefer than I do about Sarah Stock. You know,
Yeah.
um,
Long story
I
short,
know he's been.
she blew up onto the mainstream after being featured on a Jubilee episode because she said something vaguely based, and then she blew up
Okay.
since, and then people put way too much, pun intended, stock into her, and now we're here. And I think that's another thing that needs to be said. Actually, now that I'm going to go on a rant again, for the love of God, chat and people in the X space, stop putting your trust in these e-influencers. Good Lord, stop it. Especially ones that are untested, who you don't know. You don't know if they have a solid church life. You don't know if they have any of this. In fact, put very little stock into me as well. The only difference is that I'm actually open with who my spiritual father is, who my bishop is, who my priest is. So people can actually hold me accountable. Does anyone know anybody that can hold Elijah Schaefer or Sarah Stock accountable? No. We don't know who these people are. So you have to vet the types of people that you're allowing into your movement. This is where the right wing has to do a better job of self-policing. Who are these people? You got to go through a bit of a how do you say? You got to go through a crucible. They should be going through a crucible to earn their stripes, right? To prove that they're not just like in it for the fame, that they're legit, right? So,
well, with Elijah Schaefer, I think, because I know he's been having mental health issues lately, very, very lately.
Yeah.
Especially after he started thinking about the Orthodox Church and inquiring into it.
Yep.
And in regards to the demon stuff we talked about earlier, I think this just exacerbated it.
Oh, yes.
Really heavily, his problems. So I just
pray. I will say this. You should be praying for Sarah Stock. You should not be gloating or desiring that her marriage ends. Yes, no. I know. Shocking. Trad caths who are telling her to go get an annulment, which is really just a divorce. Let's be real. I'm shocking. You should not be cheering and jeering and hoping for the destruction of a marriage. God abhors it. You should not be cheering and jeering for the destruction of Elijah's marriage either. We should be praying for Elijah. We should be praying for Sarah. But first and foremost, we should be praying for the victims of their sins, which is Elijah's family and Sarah's husband. And frankly, her family. I can tell you this much. As a father, I'd be deeply embarrassed and it would be deeply shameful to be watching my daughter, who is a public figure, to be going through this. Can you imagine the awkward conversations her entire family now has to have? Your daughter talks this big game and she potentially, we don't know for sure, had an abortion?
Killed your granddaughter? Yeah.
Potentially. We don't know for sure. She's denying some of the accusations. She isn't denying all of them, but she's denying some of them.
I said all I need to say. I got work to go to right now.
God bless you, Mr.
Thank you for having me on.
Have a wonderful day.
You too, sir. Bye-bye.
God bless. Blaze, do you have any comments?
I would just like to say I don't think she had an abortion. Just based off of that, I don't think she would go down that route. As far as that goes, but I just want to say that a lot of the groypers, a lot of the weird trad caths, they have been the most disgusting people. From what I've seen in the last day or so, in the comments on these posts. I just put in the chat right here in the X space how there's a literal Thomist who's literally saying he's bringing in quotes from Aquinas saying that the wife can be corrected for her sin of fornication not only by this judgment but also by words and blows. So this guy is literally saying, Mr. Sedka, you can beat your wife because of her adulterous sin.
Well, I mean, this was an adult. I mean, let's be real. She cheated on him before they were married.
Yeah.
And listen, yes, they were boyfriend and girlfriend allegedly. I don't know. I don't know all the details. I don't know about like the timeline of their personal lives. It's irrelevant. You got to have some. I mean, dudes. I mean, guys, come on. We have to be smarter about this. And listen, the trad cap bros, your own church doesn't believe that anymore. Stop it. Stop with the LARP. You will not get your pope. You will not get your modern pope. And this is me going to be on my freaking Roman Catholic rant now. Great. You got me on the Roman Catholic rant, Blaze. Thanks. Okay, now I'm going to go at it. Your modern pope will not agree to this, dude. If you guys went, hey, Pope Leo, am I allowed to beat my wife if she fornicates? You know what he's gonna say? No! He's gonna say, what are you talking about? He's like, yeah, but St. Thomas Aquinas says, no! You're not allowed to do that. That's what the Pope would say. Okay? You guys need to submit to your Pope ordinarily also, not just on ex cathedra. You're bound to the ordinary decisions of your Pope, the ordinary moral teachings of the Pope as well. If your Pope says you're not allowed to beat your wife anymore for fornication, you're not allowed to beat your wife.
Yeah.
You guys are idiots. You're LARPing retards. I'll say that. LARPing tards. Okay?
Well, they are, and the whole Lizzie situation too. I mean, it just shows that both the Protestant and the Roman Catholic, quote unquote, churches, that they are not the hospital for the sick. They are not
They're
Christ's
legalistic.
church.
They just look for legal penalties, ways of addressing wrongs through legal
Yeah.
imputation and legal satisfaction. So that the law has to be satisfied. So from the Roman Catholic perspective, they lean more heavily towards satisfaction theory of atonement. So their understanding of justice is that law has been broken, justice must be satisfied. From the Reformed perspective, penal substitutionary atonement, there has to be some sort of exchange, debt, or a debt model, or exchange, monetary exchange in a sense, between the debt holder and the person who owes the debt, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So both of those models are wrong, and this is their reaction to this event shows you why they're wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, and I've been seeing a lot of Orthodox who have not been trying to dunk on Sarah for being a trad cat, or Elijah, for being part of like the Protestant kind of realm. I know he's been kind of inquiring too. A lot of
Yeah.
the people have been Orthodox. I see their profiles. I look on their bios, and they've been saying the most nicest things about the situation. Obviously, they're not going to affirm their sins or whatnot, by no means, but they're saying at
It's
least
a
pray for these
tragedy.
people. At least pray for these people.
Yeah,
Can you
pray
do
for him.
that at least?
I
And
do find it ironic. So, like, I think that pointing out the irony of it all is fine. I think pointing out that we're putting our trust in these influencers and their complete crapshoots in their personal lives, I think that's a fair critique. I don't think it's fair to try and uh to try and use these as like a model for like correction and like and trying to like own the other side. I just don't think it's appropriate to do that.
no,
Now that
not at
being
all.
said, the moment you guys make this into a battle, you can have the battle. So again, Lizzie Marbach is going out and around trying to blame Eastern Orthodox for this.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah.
This is part of the reason why I was ranting and raving earlier in the stream, before the X space. So let's see here. You know what? Let us go into, and by the way, like, shame on all these Roman Catholics who are just like, oh, I'm so glad that we have annulments. This wasn't a valid marriage. Oh my lord.
Yeah, that was a conundrum, because I thought about this around like earlier in the morning, and they're all talking about annulments. It's like, oh my goodness gracious. So we have to talk about, it's not, I mean, if they're gonna get an annulment, it's gonna be a divorce, buddy. It's like, come on, just
It's a
let's not play these word
divorce. We all
let's
know it's
not
a
play these word
divorce.
games. It's not, yeah,
We
let's
all
not play
know
the
it's a
word games.
divorce. We know annulment is a big cope. Good lord. Everybody knows this it's your mom's lasagna says in the chat, Talmudic mental gymnastics with the annulment system.
Exactly.
So true. So true. So
Yeah.
I'm sorry guys, I'm trying to stay caught up with all this. By the way, somebody asked earlier about Eastern meditation. So Drogo said this earlier. He said, I do breath work and I'm more attentive and conscious in the day, thinking as the opposite of TikTok scrolling. Would you think Eastern practice is inherently bad, or can it be a neutral thing? I think generally speaking, you want to steer clear from Eastern practices altogether and replace them
Hmm.
with proper Orthodox meditation.
Yeah.
Proper
Like
Orthodox meditation does include breathing. It does
yes.
include stilling your mind. It includes prayer, and it is a better and proper way to go about it. That's not to say that there's nothing inherently true or maybe even good about Eastern practices or other religious practices, because there could be a inkling of the truth that they're holding on to there, but the orientation and the purpose of the meditation is completely different, and so you want to reorient it towards Christ. So that's what I would
Hmm.
say. I don't want to go much more into that because that's very pastoral, but
Hmm.
that would be my initial kind of instinctual gut reaction if someone asked me it on the street. But go to a priest, go to a pastor, or go to a priest or a clergy to get more details on that. Because if you do think that it's a very good thing for you healthily, you can ask your priest, what is a good meditative prayer or rule that I can go into, and they will guide you in that. So, and then a $5 super chat, but from Mark. Thank you, Mark. Says godly love means discerning, but loving for love's sake while leaving outcomes to God. Sure. I don't know what that's in reference to or what I said, but I appreciate the $5. Let's see. I just want to catch up on the comments here. Jesus did not eat for 40 days, 4 nights. Were Christians right? If it's a different form, then use the word for fasting is fasting. But if it's another form, then call it what it is. What it is, intermittent. I don't know what you're trying to say there.
Yeah.
Jesus prayer is the best meditation. Yes. Just make a new category and you're fine. It's not divorce, it's annulment. Problem solved. So true. You can solve the problem just by pretending it isn't what it is. Let's see here. James Ripley, or whatever BS watered down form you're speaking of. I still don't know what you're trying to say. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're trying to say. Or what it's in reference to. It could be completely different. Meditation is focused on self. It's the opposite of prayer. So true. Nick, that's a great point. Very true. Okay, got it. Thank you guys for that. All right. So, in the news, we've seen a lot of the red pill people trying to make a big comeback on the online sphere. They were very big like 3 or 4 years ago. Fasting in the Bible means don't eat at all. Not necessarily true, because fasting in the Bible, the Jews fasted, and that didn't mean they fasted from everything. They fasted from certain things.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of examples in the Old Testament of fasting not being exclusively not not eating is what I should say. So that's all I'll say
Yeah.
to that. There's economia, James. Nick says. James, the point of fasting isn't just about food. Correct. All right. So what I'll say about the red sphere people, the red pill people, is that they are going to try and make a big comeback with all of this. They are going to try and recapture the narrative. And I think it's very important that Orthodox influencers and Orthodox people do not allow them to recapture the narrative. The narrative is that marriage is ultimately a bad thing. Look what happens. Even the trad people can't get a marriage and keep a marriage. And look at like this. It's all a crapshoot. That is not how we should be taking this away. We should not be taking this away from that. It's dangerous. It's not a good way to go about it. And I think a lot of people are going to be burned really hardcore if that is the case. Let's see here. Since for those of you in the X space, you're not going to be able to hear all of this, but I will link the tweets that I am shared to space. There we go. Shared to space. So I just shared it to the space. Man, they added a share to space button. That's great. We're gonna react to this real quick. So, because this is interesting.
Cultural stuff. What are those cultural barriers that have been put up in ourselves and in the gay community that is making this the hard topic that it is? Many of you see that picture and immediately have reactions, right? Well, I don't know what they are, but you have immediate reactions. You know what my reaction is when I see that? That's a lot of fun. I can't wait. Whatever party they're at, I want to be at it. Again, I'm from a different world than you all. Some of you will probably say, well, the earth won't flood again. Ha, 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 ha. Guys, we didn't use the rainbow flag to represent the flood. Like, yes, we know why God created the rainbow in reference to the flood, but drop all the comments about, can't believe they stole the rainbow from us. No, guys, gals, it's okay. We have to be able to cross through those kinds of barriers. And it's actually moments like that in your congregation.
Oh, by the way, guys, this is LCMS Pastor Billy Brath telling Lutherans they need to stop thinking so much about who people want to have sex with. He then proceeds to admit that he frequents LGBTQ clubs and pride parades. Just tell it that you like to get it stuck up your rear end, dude. Let's be real. Okay. So here's my initial reaction to this. You want my initial reaction to this, guys? Why are we shocked? The LCMS was supposedly the conservative branch of Lutherans. They split off the ELC gay. They split up from them, right? I can never say that properly. ELC gay. That's what it is. They split from them. I thought they were they were going to carry the torch of conservatism into the future. Where's RZ now? Redeem Zoomer is losing his mind right now. Redeem Zoomer is having a giant cope fest right now. He's like in his room seething. The lights are all off. He has a single light coming down from above, and he's just got that dark look. Like he's gonna go Batman style on these people. Like he's gonna be like, no more gays. He's gonna flip out. It's another institution that's imploding.
Yeah.
Another conservative institution implodes. And he's like, this is why we need to reconquista. Dude, there is no reconquista.
It's never gonna happen.
It's never gonna happen because the baseline, the roots of the Protestant Reformation are Enlightenment values. And because they are Enlightenment values, they aren't oriented towards unity, they're oriented towards fragmentation. So why are we shocked that this is happening again? And let's not even get into the fact that RZ himself isn't even preserving the traditional understanding of creation. The traditional understanding of creation from the traditional institutions is that in creationism, not evolution, yet he's an evolutionist. Just as the chat is all saying, chat's all agreeing here, yep. No one wants a reconquista because no one sees any, like, listen, if something like that happened in a supposedly conservative LCMS church, if you're conservative and you didn't get up and walk out the moment this guy started speaking about this kind of stuff and trying to downplay it, there's no hope for your church. If you didn't have mass walkouts, your enforcement mechanism is non-existent. That's because all the conservative people leave. They're sick of it. And this implosion is just another example. It's just another example of this, of the failure of Protestantism. Trying to see if there's any news here that we can look at. Cleve has been just a fantastic source for news. Life-size news. Pope Leo wanted his pro-LGBTQ stance broadcasted. He says on Colbert. James Martin says Pope Leo wanted LGBTQ support publicly spread and known. All right, guys. All right, Roman Catholics, we're gonna share this. Hold on, in the space. It's there in the space. It is there in the space. Now let's look at what does this mean for the Roman Catholics who keep on coping and seething in the comments about this kind of stuff. Okay.
Not gonna be a trad pope. I can tell you that.
Well, not only there's two things right here. There's not going to be a trad pope, okay? But the second problem is, if, let's say the Pope disagrees. Let's say actually the Pope really is trad. James Martin is lying. Okay, so James Martin is going on a very large channel. He's going on to news sites. He's going on and proclaiming on behalf of the Pope what the Pope wants. And the Pope is not correcting him? So you either have a Pope that is blind at the driver's seat, that isn't doing even the basics of trying to punish somebody who's lying about what he wants to say, or the Pope actually agrees with James Martin. Which one is it? I don't see how either one is better than the other. You either have a Pope that can't be bothered to like enforce basic stuff like punishing a wayward rogue clergyman who is going on and claiming to say things on behalf of the Pope, or you have a Pope that agrees with James Martin. So it's one or the other, guys. So maybe James Martin will overstep the line one of these times. He'll finally put his foot in his mouth too much, and they'll finally have to crack down on him. But then you'll have to explain why it took them how many years, 25 years, that James Martin's been going around pushing this LGBTQ stuff in the Roman Catholic Church, and they haven't punished him till now. You still have to explain that. Man, we were hoping, man, I was really rooting for you Catholics. I was hoping that you guys wouldn't have a scandal this year. But I don't think you can go more than a week without a scandal. The Epstein stuff was real problem for you guys. Woo! Talk about some spicy stuff coming out about Epstein with the Vatican. I mean, Epstein and his buddies are literally staying at the Vatican. Come on.
Yeah. From what I heard, the Pope also helped decorate Epstein's New York estate, the ceiling for his New York estate. So, you know, you got the Pope as your interior decorator. That's really funny, honestly.
Well, and then let's the Roman Catholic Church. You have two bishops that have come out and sided with Minnesota and rejected ICE, and have come out in support of mass migration. So we have this right here. I'll share this in the space as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
What are we looking at here with this? Okay, so either these bishops and cardinals are wrong, and that doesn't represent the Vatican or the Pope. But then why is the Pope not publicly correcting these bishops? Why is he not correcting them? Why is he not telling them to come out and correct their statements? So again, it's the same problem with James Martin. What use is your Pope if he's supposedly trad? What use is the Pope if all he's doing is sitting there blind at the driver's seat? So we got somebody in the chat. I'm 44 hours into a dry fast. Might eat tonight. Might go 72 hours. Probably will eat tonight. I don't care about what you're eating. In fact, Christ says not to brag about your fasting. I'm hungry. Okay. Believe in Jesus Christ. Okay. Yes, we all do here. Rapture soon. There is no such thing as a rapture. No such thing as a rapture. But you can take that heresy elsewhere. I'll give you a chance. You'll get one more comment, Lucifer, which is kind of hilarious. We literally got a guy named Lucifer in the chat. Yeah, you're out. You are banned. Bye. A guy named Lucifer coming into my chat and trying to tell us the rapture's soon. Named Lucifer. Wow, that is interesting. Nice try, Satan. So true. All right, guys. Let's see here. So the Archbishop of New York, Cleve is sharing, it has a history of covering up sexual abuse. Fantastic. You just got to love it. No punishment. Where's the punishment? Nothing. Nothing. All right, guys. Let's see here.
I also posted it's another thing from Cleve where basically let me read it here, where there's Catholic charities that were on St. Thomas, which is really close to Little St. James, which is which was Epstein Island basically, and Epstein funded these Catholic charities for like underprivileged kids basically.
Oh, and we all know what happened to the kids that
Yeah.
were easy to conveniently make them disappear.
So.
Actually, there were several bishops, including a possible Saint Luther of Sardinia in the 4th century. Yeah, but I don't. Saint Lucifer. That doesn't seem. I don't know. I'm not going to comment on that. I'll avoid commenting on that. Needless to say, I question anybody that feels like they should take that as a name, or any parent that names their child that. Let's just put it that way. Let's see here. So Jeff Younger, so this is in the news too. Might as well cover this. I want to say off the bat, I like Jeff Younger. I think what happened to Jeff Younger and his children is absolutely disgusting. I think the Orthodox Church at the time, especially the parishes that he was involved in, didn't do enough, in my opinion, to sound the alarm. I think the bishops should have gone involved and pressured the Texas government to intercede on this. The fact that they allowed a child to be transitioned and their mother to steal away the child is absolutely disgusting. The fact that that judge is still a court judge sitting on the seat that allowed that to happen is disgusting. Family court system in Texas is absolutely abysmal. This comes, by the way, I got in trouble yesterday. I don't know if the chat was here. A lot of you were not here for it, but some of you were. I was laying in hard on the South yesterday. The Southern Bros were not happy yesterday. They got a good licking in the live stream. So don't you do it. We will not go into it today, but I do want to say, since we have a bigger chat, go watch the live stream from yesterday and go if you want to take a licking. Some of you guys might like that. You like a little bit of what the South do. We're not going into it, Rusty. We're not going into it. Just know that you guys took your licking. So Jeff Younger, young men, take heed. This is what is Jeff saying. Millions and millions of young men, of young right-wing men and trad men fell for this alpha male SLUT. Whore. You know, it's funny. Is slut worse than whore? I'm just going to call her whore. That's about that's about as how many get crushed in divorce for the exact same stupid reasons. She was engaged to a beta male who thought she was a virgin. She cheated with an alpha male. I wouldn't call Elijah exactly an alpha male. While making the beta wait for years. They weren't engaged that long, Jeff. They were only dating like a year, I think. So yeah, the entire narrative, Jeff, is already wrong. So you can't allow your own history of pain and suffering with your own children to color every single thing that you assess in the future, and I think that's a big problem. My wife could come into my room tomorrow, slap divorce papers down on my desk, and tell me I want a divorce, and I could go through hell on earth with it. And you want to know what? I'm not going to allow that to color my perception of women going forward. That's my wife. My wife's a unique human. You can't allow that, because if you allow that to happen, then you're just going to be miserable, unhappy, miserable sod. Anyways, let's continue. Classic quote, alpha F's, beta bucks, quote unquote, hypergamy, female hypergamy. The cucked beta had married her. Imagine if he had children with her. She would now be divorcing him, shacking up with the alpha again. Well, again, that's all presupposition. She tried hiding it. She wasn't trying to get with the alpha. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone married to the beta in the first place. But, whatever. Having the alpha raise the beta's kids and making the beta pay for 50% of his gross pre-income tax for 20 years. The beta would literally have to pay her to get effed by her preferred alpha. And listen up, trad, she was conservative Catholic girl. Well, she converted after she got married. Mate selection did absolutely nothing for the beta male. Mate selection cannot protect you from what marriage and divorce can do to you. Wise course for young men today is avoid marriage. That's not the answer. So, again, Jeff, this is an example of what not to do, guys. And I say this with all due respect for what Jeff has gone through. I pray for him. I hope that I hope that his boys, aren't destroyed, right? And I hope that they grow up to realize that their father did everything that they can. But you cannot allow bad things in modernity, especially influencers, to influence forevermore your view on trads or girls or women or marriage, particularly marriage. That is the worst. Nicholai in Korea, do you have a Discord server? No, because I've avoided that. Though people keep on asking me, so I don't know. It's you know what? I'll put up a poll for the community after the stream. You guys can vote. If you want a Discord server, vote yes. If you don't, then no, and we'll go based on that. But you cannot allow marriage to be to destroy you. You can't let it happen. Marriage is still a massively important institution, and yes, you should be getting married. That should be your goal. There are two courses in the Orthodox life, guys. There is marriage and there's monasticism. You should be pursuing one or the other. If you're not going to become a monk, you should be pursuing it. Doesn't matter your age. You should be pursuing it. Okay? If it never is in the cards for you, then that's God's will for your life, but you still should be pursuing it. So that's what I have to say about that.
Mm-hmm.
We got two requested speakers, Sydney and Ivan. Go ahead, Blaze, while they wait to get their stuff approved.
Well, no, it's just, this is it's the black pill thing going on with all these, the trads basically, where it's, men are horrible, women are horrible. No, humans are bad. We're horrible people. And we have to understand that, and we can't demonize every single man, and we cannot demonize every single woman. And that was the thing about all these different groypers and these, the Thomists and whatnot, demonizing Sarah, calling her a whore and all this. Obviously, what she did was wrong, and
what she did, to be fair, what she did do was whorish. But
it is no, it is a whorish thing to do.
Yeah.
But this is fuel for them to hate women and
Yes.
to continue on the whole Nick Fuentes train and whatnot, to continue that mindset. And it's entirely unhealthy. No Christian, whether if you're in the faith or if you're just by name only, if you're a Protestant or a Roman Catholic, if you're a nominal Christian, no one should have this type of mindset.
Fair enough. Ivan or Catherine? Catherine, go ahead since you spoke first.
Yeah. If you're getting your inspiration or examples from online trad people who you know nothing about, and that's your model, I think that's you're going about it all wrong. The purpose of a Christian, and specifically an Orthodox Christian, is to live in a parish life. So your example should be people who are in your church and they are married, and most often you're not going to see all of this garbage that you see online, because the truth is that these people who are big name talking heads, face lords, as Jay says, they're gonna have more temptations, because with more money, more renown, more publicity, you're gonna have more temptations. So these people are already in a place that's going to set them up for failure, I would say, because there's just more temptation. So why are we looking to these people who are going to be attacked more, and also are not even Orthodox? And so our example should be first the saints, Christ and the Theotokos, and then those who are in our parish who are actually living married lives. The people who are trad are not going to be announcing it online. They're going to be the moms who live quiet lives, who are married, who have 5 kids, and who are, in the thick of it. They're going to be in church.
And that's very fair. Ivan, do you have any comments real quick? And then I'm going to give my 2 cents again.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Can you hear me correctly? Okay, so actually I have a contrarian position. I am an Orthodox Christian. I have been an Orthodox Christian for about 4 years. I live in Madrid. I have a parish. People, for some reason, think that my opinion matters because I'm an older gent. I'm 32. Uh, I live by myself. I go to church every Sunday. I go to a very modernist parish. My parish has had a lot of scandals. One of, like, my bishop was removed for gambling with church money. One of our priests was kicked out for being a modernist. The remaining priests are mostly modernists. As you can imagine, they don't teach women to wear veils and all those sorts of things. The prevailing culture is Ukrainian people and Russian people who left their countries for a Western experience, let's say, because they even though they might pretend or laugh that they're traditional, actually they feel more comfortable within a liberal country. So I say all of this to preface my point, which is we can try to pretend that orthodoxy is this magic pill because we do have the sacramental theology, right? We do have the real church, but even cradles are not as pious as they should be. So for us to pretend that, let's say, we can simply impose upon people our strictures of how we think that they should approach their lives, like I have a lot of sympathy for young men who say, "Oh, but women today are not the women of the past." They are right, even in our own parishes. Most young women, they're more worldly than Orthodox, and if they ask me, "Hey, I want to marry," what should I do? All of these women are super worldly. My advice would be, okay, go to Russia, but don't go to Moscow. Like, go to Greece, go to Georgia, and go to like a little village and try to find a wife. But the reality that, like, uh, Orthodox people only have two paths, and it's either monasticism or marriage. Is like, if you're still single and you have tried to find a wife, you have prayed for it, and you have simply not married, that's fine. In fact, eschatologically speaking, like, this is what we should expect if the world were to end. So I don't think that this, let's say, painting a rose-colored view of what orthodoxy on the ground is any good, because it will it's basically communicating to new converts that it was all a sham, right? It's like the new converts come with their expectations of orthodoxy being this majestic holy tradition, which it is, because we do have that strain, but then they find a worldly church and they want to leave. So what we should be doing is like preparing them for that. In fact, I think it was Father Josiah Trenham who made a video speaking about like a corruption in the church. I think that's something that is more pertinent to speak about rather than tell young men who have no idea about their own place in the world, or even what they should expect in a parish, that they just have to suck it up, because it feels like the perpetual gaslighting that they have received. And if the tension was, as Nicholai said, between, let's say, this Protestantized or orthodoxy, or this Protestant effeminate mindset, and, let's say, based orthodoxy, we're not based enough.
I think there's a
Real
difference.
quick, Ivan, your mic is like, I don't know, super hypersensitive, so you might want to like unplug it or try and figure that out real quick, and then try and rejoin. And I'll just give my 2 cents while you try and get that figured out. Um, uh, so I'll say this: I stand by my claim. There are only two paths. Does that mean everybody is going to achieve that? No. But there are two paths in which people should be pursuing. Does that mean you're going to, or that everybody's going to, or that we should lie to young men and say that, oh, you're gonna, or young women, in fact, and say you're gonna find a trad based person like instantaneously the moment you enter the church? Of course not. But I don't think anyone is actually reasonably arguing that. And in fact, I don't think that that is actually something that's happening. I think that's something that people who are outside of the church are trying to claim that we claim. No one in Orthodoxy that I know of, none of the big name apologists, none of the lay persons, none of the clergy that I know of are actually making this claim. So it's kind of being like, it's like a straw man that is set up by people outside of the church, claiming what is going on inside the church. That's the first thing. The second thing is that it's very clear to me that young men and young women have to understand we live in modernity, and modernity means you're not going to get the woman of yesteryear. But that also doesn't mean that you can't have certain expectations and you can't have certain standards, but you also have to be realistic about those standards and expectations. And I think far too many young men are told, well, if you can't get it all, then you can't get nothing, which I think is a wrong mentality.
I was just gonna say
It's a
this.
mutual and Catherine, go right after I make this point. Marriage is a mutual sacrifice for salvation. It is for the purposes of salvation. You and your wife, or your wife and your husband, whoever you are married for your mutual movement towards the faith and in the faith and towards salvation. It is not for your satisfaction. It is not for anything else besides that. Children are a byproduct of a rightly ordered marriage. But your marriage, first and foremost, and the person that in first and foremost priority in your life is your spouse, because you are of one flesh. Read St. John Chrysostom. Okay? So I'll say that. And then, to add to that point, marriage is going to, the sins and the struggles of marriage today are going to reflect the sins and the struggles of the era that it's in. Every era has its own sins and struggles. There were times in history where men who were married and Christian would have to go on year-long campaigns, years and years long campaigns in war, in foreign lands for their nations, for defense and all these other things, and they would leave their wife and child behind. You don't think that didn't cause marriages to struggle? You didn't think that didn't cause infidelity? You didn't think that there wasn't infidelity amongst married people? St. John Chrysostom talks about it. Modernity just hyper exasperates and hyper focuses the ability for people to notice it. So that would be my response, in that young men cannot be deluded into thinking that your marriage is not going to have the same problems that it did in the past, but also that it's not going to have unique sins that are unique for today. For example, dealing with the fact that a lot of women are hyper influenced by what?
The internet.
The internet. And young men are hyper addicted to pornography, as we talked about earlier in the stream. You can't expect a trad wife and a trad woman if you yourself can't even hold yourself to the basic standard of not gooning. Okay, now that my rant is over on that, Catherine, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I think what you said touched on what I was going to say. I think the Orthodox Church doesn't claim to be unblemished in terms of individual people falling short of the ideal. I think the fact that we live in modernity and there are sins that are more, let's say, public because of the internet, and just more temptations in the world is a separate question than the integrity or what the Orthodox Church teaches about marriage and the way in which it's the best possible way for accountability, for a structure that keeps two people accountable to God, and because it's sacramental in nature, that it is the best way. Is it perfect? Doesn't mean that all marriages 100% will stay together. No, because we live in reality and these are broken people. And especially now, I think we're more broken because of just the world. So men who are really black-pilled about women, I just see, okay, well, I'm looking at you as a woman and I'm like, are you also contributing or doing are you perfect? I don't know. Like, you can't demand like a perfect, virgin wife when you yourself, like you're commenting, are, you know, addicted to pornography and don't have the virtues, right? Both sides need to have the virtues and cultivate those things. But unfortunately, we live in a world that doesn't have that.
Well,
And
yes,
the
and
church,
we have to live with that. I mean, that's unfortunate. We have to, and that's just part. You just got. I mean, I'm gonna. I hate to say this because it's gonna be so cliche. I'm gonna get so much flack for it, but you got to pull yourselves up by your bootstraps, folks. Zoomers, young men, millennials even, because some of them are millennials. I'm a millennial. I'm 32. Sorry, you just got to deal with it. Like, suck it up.
And
Everybody had
blaming
their own
other
issues,
people.
dude. Like, your grandmother's mother, is that correct? Your grandmother's mother had to deal with a guy that came back from World War One and World War Two, like a generation of men from World War One and World War Two that were so broken mentally that they would have like PTSD, like just some of them wouldn't talk for years, like they were just completely incapable of like normal relationships anymore. Every generation deals with shit, dude. Um, and trust me, I think I'd rather deal. I'm just gonna say this as a millennial. I think I'd rather deal with boss babe women than deal with me being shoved off into honestly, God bless those women that had to deal with these broken men, just utterly, completely broken men. And then we have the audacity to go and say, but they had it so good for you, dude. Look what happened to the men in Vietnam. I mean, like everyone thinks that the boomers had it like so good. Dude, they dealt with Korea. They dealt with Vietnam. They dealt with all these different things. My grandfather lived through that. He knows, like, talk to them about it. Some won't even talk about it. That's how brutal it was, right? They dealt with all sorts of issues too. The
Yeah, I
boomers,
think
every generation deals with hell on earth, and and that's because literally sin is pervasive. Demons are there to lead people astray, and our generation's unique struggles are that we have to deal with the internet. Let's be real. That's really what it is. It's the internet. I don't know. Go ahead, Catherine, if you have anything.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the internet also makes everything so public and in your face that it's easy to be blackpilled because you're in everybody else's business and you're seeing their sins in full display. And that is really disheartening, especially like when women are on the internet and they're like this whole scandal that happened. Um, but I think that the idealized view of women that men have, I've seen online, women have this about men as well, that there's going to be this perfect trad wife person that they're going to find is unrealistic because we're all flawed and broken. But however, I also know in my parish life, like I meet women who are the most trad women I know, they just don't talk about it and they're not seen. They're just like simple women who you don't really see and you don't care about. And same with men. There are good men out there and they're just out there doing what God has called them to do. And I just don't think we should black pill. I think that's a very anti-Christian and anti-Orthodox way to view the world. And just struggle and focus on yourself, and God will bring you someone rather than it being like blaming everybody else for your problems. Like there's no good women, and it's like, well, how's that going to help
I
you?
do want to say one thing that I will say about what Ivan said, and I will agree with this, is that if you're struggling on finding somebody in your local area, expand your search a bit. Like God rewards those who seek prayerfully. Seek prayerfully. A lot of people just think that it's just going to magically happen for them. Hold on, guys. I'm getting a call. I have to quickly mute. That's weird. I got a call, but then they hung up immediately after they hung up immediately on me. So, um, but I will say, so what I wanted to say actually is that I agree with Ivan that if you feel like you can't find a good woman, then go. Getting the call again. Hold on.
of purity that needs to be uh, basic level, because without it you cannot build. Like the Old Testament is full of this perpetual movement of like God telling Moses, hey, you gotta prepare the people because I am coming down. I'm going to come down, and if you don't prepare the people, my presence will destroy them. And Moses is always interceding on behalf of the people and trying to bridge the gap, because that is what a priest does, right? But Christ had to come, had to be incarnate through a person who was basically prepared for him, a vessel that was prepared for him. The idea that we just simply have to deal with the scraps that modernity gives us is, to me, a capitulation to the morals of the age. And I don't think that it's a matter of principle, because in terms of principle, I think we both agree that there has to be, let's say, a crucifixion of the self. You have to crucify yourself. But at the same time, I don't think that you can crucify yourself on behalf of another person. Like another person is just a nominal Orthodox Christian, like that is even maybe worse than a person who is righteous but on the fence about orthodoxy. Why? Because the person who is righteous but doesn't even know orthodoxy, they have a greater chance to repent and to help you along in your own repentance. But the idea that we can be like Christ in the sense of like simply marrying a prostitute and just like white knuckling it, that's actually spiritual pride, because it's more probable than the other person will bring you down than you elevating them, spiritually speaking. So I've had this conversation with a lots of priests, and they have different opinions, but mostly they agree that it's better for you to look for women who are virgins, for example. And the problem with simply settling, I know it's super harsh, and it's scary. And I do think that a lot of converts have to be open to marrying a woman who's not a virgin. But when virginity ceases to be the standard, even among cradle Orthodox, then we have a problem as a community that has to be handled and that has to be talked about, instead of simply saying, oh, men have to simply man up and
Hmm.
deal with these women because these are the problems of the age. I don't think that's fair for men.
I totally agree. Is my microphone working, by the way? Like, is it working properly?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, we see it a lot, and this rhetoric of you've just got to man up and do that, oh, excuse me, I've got to go for a second. Only a second.
Sorry about that, guys. I had to. My wife is asking me to do something like highly questionable, so, so she's like, "Go do this," and I'm like, I don't think I should be doing this." And she's like, "No, no, you just do it. Just trust me." And I'm like, I don't know if I should be doing that. Anyways, um, that being said, I did hear what Ivan was saying for the most part. Um, I mean, I don't have much to add other than I just think that I understand what you're saying. I just think that it's oriented in a way that is not realistic. I mean, that's just simply put what I would say. In terms of Sir Sydney, you requested to speak. What's up?
Oh, sorry about that. I just missed the past few minutes, and I missed a few minutes before that too. I'm just in the middle of doing myself some dinner.
Well, do you have anything that you have on your mind that you wanted to request for?
Yes. Well, in particular, following off from what I was talking about being open, how it's, not even being open, but just being realistic about the fact that, the majority of girls, especially, my age, when I'm 19, majority, you're not going to. It's going to be very hard to find a girl who's a virgin. That's true, and especially as converts, right? That's we've got to be especially realistic about that. And even though that we're also realistic about how that's not ideal, and we know that we're not going to say, oh, that's just fine, that's just the same. We know it's not. I think one of the key differences is when the guy himself is a virgin and the woman is not. We can
but
like
wait, real quick. Are they really a virgin though?
Well, what do you mean by that? Because then if we're talking about, does pornography get rid of virginity? In that case, then in terms of the amount of women who are virgin as well, it just goes to basically that's zero, and same thing with men, zero, our generation. So if we're just talking about strictly speaking having, but because it's not the same thing, right? When it's described of the act of making one flesh, that's not the same thing. It's not the same thing, and it connects you to somebody.
Well, hold on. How can men expect the pure trad wife woman? How can they expect that when they themselves can't even have the discipline? How can they expect that when they don't even have the discipline to not goon?
Okay, I agree with that, but I mean, first of all, if a man's in the midst of being addicted to pornography, he shouldn't be seeking a romantic relationship. I think we know that's a given. It's not going to help.
But I would say the same about a woman. If she's actively going around sleeping with a bunch of dudes, she probably isn't the right fit for a guy to be sleeping with. But I'm going to be really honest here. I don't think most women, I don't think most men, I'm sorry, I don't think most women are as towardly degenerate as people think they are.
No, but it's not about a matter of degeneracy. Sorry, I'll let you speak in a second. I really do apologize. But that's not what we were talking about. We weren't necessarily talking about how virtuous somebody is per se, though of course we can, expect that. So if we're talking about the issue with pornography, we see that according to statistics, it's about 80% of young men, 40% of young women. So that's still a pretty sizable chunk. And then, of course, you look at the rates of actual physical sexuality. Of course, it's a lot higher it's high amongst a very small percentage of men. And I don't want to be a black pill guy. I hate all of that discourse. It gets away from what the truth is. It morphs everything incorrectly. But the key point that I was trying to get at, which doesn't quite involve that tangent, is just that there's a sort of, for lack of a better term, it shifts the balance of a relationship, of a romantic relationship, when a man is a virgin and a woman is not. We're not talking about virtue, we're not talking about good versus evil, because we're not going to tar every woman who's been promiscuous as evil. That's not what we're doing, right? We're just talking about the practical reality of the matter.
Sure, but
having this prior connection, especially for a woman, does, and of course, as you see, the statistics back up that for women, having multiple partners is even more damaging than it is for men, which is already an intense damage, by the way, for men. It's an intense damage. But if you have this prior connection and the man doesn't understand it because he's not gone through this same struggle, then it's going to be a power imbalance, to use a leftist term, but it is going to be. And if the solution to healing is a Christian, an Orthodox Christian marriage, where the man takes the position of Christ, willing to crucify himself for the church, yes, but also as the leader, and the woman taking the position of the church to receive, to submit to the will of the man and to love him and to be sacrificed for and to accept that sacrifice, that's good, right? We know that's good. We all agree with that. But is that leadership going to be the same? We don't want things that can impede that dynamic. And I think that if there is that imbalance in those two areas, it will create, unfortunately as it is, in this fallen, imperfect world, it will create a challenge to this Orthodox dynamic that we're trying to foster. It really will.
Well, I guess
It's not about judging anybody. It really is.
May I
Excuse
may I
me, I've
chime
got to go
in?
again.
I don't exactly agree with what Sir Sidney was saying, but I do acknowledge his concern. I don't think having been promiscuous in the past gives women more power, but it does become, let's say, a stain that points to disobedience, and it points to, let's say, a lack of direction, and it points to a lot of brokenness in the past that will not be erased simply by repentance, because we might repent in terms of purifying our heart, but our repentance does not erase our past, which remains a part of us. And in terms of, let's say,
I think that's
virginity and
problematic to
purity
say it that
and
way,
chastity.
because we are new in Christ. So saying it remains a part of us
Well,
would suggest that sin has an ontological reality, which it doesn't.
No,
Sin
no,
can
no,
affect
no,
us
no, it doesn't.
biologically in a
could
certain
I
sense, but
interject?
No, it's a part of your life. The idea that you can simply rationalize it because Orthodox theology says that sin has no part of life, and therefore you are a new person in Christ, does not erase the path you had. In fact, Father Turbo said, I think a few weeks ago, in terms of like when he was promoting his this film that he was a part of, he said that basically saints like Saint Moses the Black were able to, let's say, witness the faith precisely because they had been great sinners. So
yeah,
this
but
this
that's not the
idea
same
that
thing as what we're
simply
talking
because you
about.
repent,
We're talking about how well.
I'm talking about ontology.
Yeah, but
Like
I think
your
it.
sin
But
will not
Ivan, with
simply.
all due respect, I mean, and this is with all due respect. Again, if this is your solution, if this is your guys' position, what do you want to do about it?
What I don't think
We
you
don't
know
necessarily
my
have the same
solution or my
position.
position.
Well, no, but what I'm asking is,
Exactly.
okay,
So
so there's this problem. Women can be a certain percentage of women are promiscuous. Let's say it's 60-70%. Let's just say 70% of women are promiscuous, which I think is a massive oversimplification. And let's see that men have zero
no.
problems at all with pornography, and pornography doesn't have
Why?
any long-term.
Why is that important?
Hold on. Let's say
Why
pornography
is
has
that
no
important?
long-term detrimental effects to the same degree as having sex before marriage. Let's just say that that's not the case. Are men influenced by having sex before marriage? Yes or no?
Obviously.
Okay. So
That's not
That
the question.
the point of how do you say degree is kind of a matter of just shades. And so if that is the case, then the real
No,
question we should be asking is,
no,
what
it's
is the
not. It's
solution?
absolute.
What is the solution?
Okay. Well,
No,
before
no,
we
no, no,
jump
no.
onto that,
Sometimes there
there's
are no
something that
solutions.
I'd like
That's
to
my point.
Sorry, excuse me. Is it okay
Go
if I
ahead, Saron.
interject at this
Sydney.
moment?
It's okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it. There's a bit of lag on my end, I think. And of course, this actually ties into a conversation myself and Catherine were having on Discord a few days ago that was left unsaid, but also equally, because the same argument was presented here, equally has an impact. We are new creatures in Christ. We are new men. But at our baptism. But that does not mean the old man is just gone, right? We know we're instructed on constantly fighting the old man. That's what we have to do, and it doesn't disappear. The consequences, the weight, the baggage, they don't disappear. That's what we call the old man. And we need to fight this throughout our whole time. And the question is, for our salvation, which is what marriage is for, we need to choose people who can actually help us, who are equipped to. And
Yeah. If I make
and
Go ahead. Go ahead.
and so that's why that there's a bit of an issue with disparity, right? Especially if a man's not a virgin, he should be very, very realistic about the fact that he won't be marrying a virgin, and that's okay. Well, it's not okay, but you know what I mean. It is the way that it is. just the same way that it is the way that it is that whoever his future wife will not be marrying a virgin man as well. It's the same thing. And but as to my point as to why it was an issue to have this disparity between a man with, to use this fallen term, less experience compared to the woman, and I hate that term, but for convenience sake we'll use it. It is an issue, but because that's past isn't gone. None of our pasts are gone, they're forgiven. But we haven't killed the old man yet.
But
Okay,
so I fair, and I don't necessarily disagree with the analysis. My question is okay, that is true. Now what?
Okay, if I may continue on Sir Sydney's point, which was basically, okay, we have this situation where we cannot erase these things simply because we claim that Christ has already worked in us and already slayed the old man. If that's the case, we have to acknowledge the possibility that maybe we might be damaged beyond what is possible. Because Saint Mary of Egypt, she repented, but she went to live in the desert and she did not marry.
Okay,
Okay,
but
so
Saint Mary of
the
Egypt is an example of extreme
can I
asceticism that is not the standard for the average person. We know this because we can
can I
read
speak?
the pastoral homilies from Saint John Chrysostom and others like Saint Augustine and other saints. So I don't
Can I
think
finish?
appealing to Saint Mary of Egypt is a very, very weak thing. Are you suggesting that all
No,
modern women need to go and
no,
become ascetics in the desert like Saint Mary of Egypt? Is that what you're
no,
suggesting?
no. But if I can finish a thought before you interrupt, I would say that what Sir Sidney was saying was basically pointing out a flaw in saying just marry, because if the woman is good, then she will help you become a saint. And if the woman is bad, she will help you become a saint. So marry anyway. And that is simply stupid. That is not orthodox. And in fact, any Orthodox teacher like Saint Paisios would tell you not to marry a person like this, not to marry a person like that. And the idea that we just simply have to marry because we have this duty to marry is not orthodox. It is
No one's
basically an
arguing that
attempt to
though.
make orthodoxy, but that's what we're hearing.
No one's
That's what
hearing
we're
that.
hearing.
Who name me the people that are saying this?
Well, right now you're saying that.
I didn't say
You're
that.
saying that
I did not say just marry to get married.
But you were saying just now that the purpose of marriage was sanctification. So if you were a sinner, then you have to accept that another person is a sinner.
Yes.
Because if not, then there's a problem that we cannot fix. And I'm telling you, sometimes you cannot fix certain problems. Okay, so it's not okay. So since you're a degenerate, then you have to accept that the other person is a degenerate. That is not the way this works.
Well, everybody is a sinner. So again, I guess what is the degree? What is the standard? When's the cutoff for you?
Well, I think there is an absolute cutoff, but I'm not the one to decide. I think that every person should be the one to.
Okay, so then no, it's not about every person because you're a sin. You have a fallen nous as well. You don't have the ability to make any better of a rational decision on this matter than anyone else, other than the fact that you should have a spiritual father and you have a priest that can guide you in these things.
I'm sorry. I've just had to keep going backwards and forwards, and I've missed so much.
I'm sorry. Say again.
Yeah, I'll mute myself.
Sydney, just one at a time for now. I'll engage with Ivan real quick. I'm sorry. Say again, Ivan.
Is my spiritual father going to decide the person I ought to marry?
Your spiritual father should be intricately involved in anybody you're seeing. Would you not say that's the case?
Yeah, but if I don't want to marry, he's not. He doesn't have the authority to force me to marry.
Well, no, of course he's not. But why would you be looking into any person to potentially be a partner without having your spiritual father involved? I guess I'm not exactly sure what exactly the point is, other than to say that, well, women suck today, so therefore I want to give up and black pill and not get married. Are you to stop?
No.
The question is, are you to stop? Are you to stop pursuing marriage? Are you to stop pursuing marriage just because modern women are not to the same arbitrary caliber that you deem yesteryear women to be? I guess again, I'm not exactly sure
No,
what
no,
is being said.
I'm saying, I'm saying it's possible that people do not find partners and that
Well, that
it's
happens all the time,
perfect
but that doesn't
if
mean
that
you don't
happens.
stop
And
pursuing it. You should still
yeah,
be pursuing marriage.
well, but I never said that people should stop pursuing marriage.
But I
What I
never
was
said you
saying
should.
is that people should stop looking into. Well, you said you only have two choices, either monasticism or marriage life,
Yes.
implying that people should pursue marriage and like
Yes, they
accept
should
that
pursue
the other
marriage.
person will be fallen. But
Yes, if you meet
that
a
that
person,
is
you
incomplete.
have to
That
accept
is
the
incomplete, of
understanding
course.
that this person might not be perfect. And if you hold them to perfect standards, you're never going to
Oh,
get
of course.
married. That's the point. It's not to say that you should just
But
like
it's
not
not
have
about
any
perfect
standards at
standards.
all.
No, but it's about sexual politics as well. You're basically saying that men should not care about sexual politics and that we should just simply accept Western women and Western, let's say, laws that hurt men in terms of marriage when our Orthodox churches require us to get married by law in our countries, when we could just simply go to a Eastern country and marry an Eastern
Okay, then go do that.
woman.
I don't know,
And I think
but
that's a
that's
much
your
better
choice. But
solution.
not everyone has that option. Most people do not have the capability, the finances, or any other means to simply just go to f off to some random country that they deem arbitrarily so more conservative than another country. And that may or not be true, but there are also like merit, even the perfect woman of your dreams who is a virgin, who is faithful and in the church, is you're still going to have problems in your marriage. And there are potential that those problems could exasperate to the point where it ends in a divorce, even if the woman check marks all the right boxes. And same with a man, it can happen to a woman too. The man checks all the right boxes. He ends up being incapable of rising to the occasion. He falls into his sins, and your marriage collapses in on itself. That can happen altogether. So I guess the point is that if we approach marriage in this way where we assume the worst case scenario because of modernity, you're never going to find anyone in your station. And again, in Europe, it's a very different case. Like in Europe, you can travel from one end of Europe to the other end of Europe relatively easily, and you're not going to have a chance. But we're talking about Western men are people in Australia. There are people in New Zealand, people in America. You know how much a plane ticket costs just to get to Europe, let alone meet somebody and then try and manage a long distance relationship with some woman who you don't even know for sure if you're going to end up marrying her or not. Like, that's a lot to ask for most men. So we can't have this kind of pie in the sky goal for men. We have to say, so some of you guys will have to find a broken woman, and some of you women will have to find a broken man. And some of you, and God may tell you guys are perfect for each other because you both will be able to work towards salvation together in theosis and as one flesh. I think that is the solution. The solution is not to black pill and say, well, you just got to give up on the prospects of marriage altogether. And I'm not saying that's what you're saying, but I think that that's the result. That's the end result of your paradigm, unfortunately.
Can I give an example?
Well, hold on. I really Vatmel had raised a hand, and then Catherine, please go right after him. I won't interrupt. Vatmel, do you have anything you want to add into here?
Yeah, I think I'm more leaning toward Ivan here, and the reason why is because we are very comfortable as men to call out each other. We call out Nick Fuentes, we call out Andrew Tate. It's easy for us to, and we have this whole word for how we talk about women. We call it black pill, but I mean, when we talk about men watching porn or being degenerate, it's not a black pill, it's just reality. So I think we as men should be taking responsibility for ourselves like we're doing and with other men, but also we do need to acknowledge, like Ivan's saying, uh, the problems with the way women are behaving as well. And we also need to take back that ability to hold them accountable. And this is, I mean, I feel like you, Nikolai, you're already doing this, so you may not see how some of the weaker men are, for example, maybe even Sarah, her husband, how he will respond to this. I would say that he should, um, he should tell her not to be at the internet, not to be on the internet at all, maybe ever again. And if you say that to the larger crowd of women, they're gonna say, no, you can't say that, you can't do that, you can't be controlling. And we as men need to take back that ability to lead in that way. Um, and you may do that in your own life, but you're not seeing that men feel like they can't, and they are being told that they can't to make those decisions, even though they're doing it for themselves and their peers. I have Chad friends that I tell them they're degenerate to their faces. I tell them that they're messed up in the way they're thinking.
Sure.
But then when it comes to my sister and my mom, and they're all trying to push back on, like, if my sister has a friend that's degenerate and I call it out, oh no, you can't say that. Why?
Well, but okay, so I totally get what you're saying, and I don't want to I want to keep the conversation flowing, and because chat wants like everyone to like kind of speak back and forth slightly, but so this is what I'll
Okay, go
say.
ahead,
I'll
sir.
say this, and then Catherine, please go right after me here real quick. I understand what you're saying. Yes, there needs to be accountability, but it can't be coming from immature men. It has to come from the leadership of the church. It has to come from the clergy. It has to come from married men. It has to come from men that have been through the ringer, and it has to come from married women, and it has to come from women in the church, mature women in the church, the machushkas, the babushkas, right, and things like that. That's where it has to come from. It is going to ring
Completely
hollow.
agree.
It is going to ring completely hollow if it's coming from a young guy who just barely is breaking his porn addiction like from 3 weeks ago, right? That's the problem, is that it's going to ring hollow from young men. And now the way young men
But I
can
mean, the thing is that why is it
real
that
quick.
you get the ability? Because you're up here, you're talking, standing strong, you're leading, you're a leader. But then when it comes to other men, we have to sit back and we have to. And I get it. We all have to be, like you said, the three things: being in prayer, being in fasting, guidance on our spiritual father. So that's the solution. That really is. Jay Dyer, I follow him a lot, and he talks about people coming into the church and being changed, and that is the solution. But it has to be like Jay Dyer, like you. It has to be aggressive and not falling into this weak, passive. Let women do whatever they want. No, we have to hold them accountable, just like we hold each other accountable.
Hold on. I'm not saying men you shouldn't call it out, but there needs to be
But that's the black pill. That's what black pill is. It's calling that out. Hey, this is what's happening behind the scenes.
Black pill is more
Sarah
about like,
Stock is
giving
sleeping
up.
with her boss.
Black
So
pill is
maybe
more about
we
giving up
shouldn't
on the
be allowing.
institution, so you let it rot. See, that's the actual black pill. The black pill is like, we got to let the whole thing collapse in order to rebuild this thing from the ground up, from the ashes or something like that. Now,
you could take it that way, but I don't. I think part of the black pill is just acknowledging.
I really want to finish my point real quick, and then let Catherine speak, because she does really want to say something, and then we'll go to Sydney after this. But this is what I'll say, is that I think that, again, where it's coming from is important, but also there's nothing wrong with young men calling it out. Only, however, they have to understand it's going to fall on hollow ears if their lives are not reflecting it. And I think really the key to all of this is that we have to have young men, the best way they can reinforce those other institutions holding women into account for sin and having them go to confession, having them actually have to say, yes, I'm a sinner, I'm a degenerate, I did these wrong things, and I need to be held accountable for them insofar that the church deems necessary. But that can only have teeth if young men are holding themselves to extremely high standards and setting an example, and a lot of young men are not doing that. That's the problem. So that's what I'll say to that. Catherine, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I have no problem. Like women should be held accountable,
Hmm.
and there should be more voices calling women out. I 100% agree, but I also know, speaking from a woman's perspective, we don't think like men. Women are influenced very deeply, and we are led. It's just that right now in this culture, this cultural moment, I don't think that men are leading really, and I think it's partly because of obviously the culture has taken that power away from men. I mean, I'm for the patriarchy, so, but how do we get there? And instead of blaming women and being like, well, they're the cause for all the men's problems, how about it's stepping up and men are going to take that initiative? And also in our parishes, like women and babushkas, like you said, and moms and other women should just take that role of like calling other women out. I 100% agree. But I think the opting out, the black pill, that I'm disagreeing with that because what I heard Ivan talk about was basically like opting out of the whole thing altogether is the solution. And maybe I'm wrong and I misheard that, but I just don't think that that's realistic because both sides are falling short. And I just don't think that just saying, okay, well, we're just not going to pursue that at all is the way to go because we know that marriage is a sacrament and it's not like we're not expecting two people, perfect people, as a prerequisite for marriage. You're two broken people, and we live in a time where it's very broken, and God will bring you someone, God willing, that is going to match. You should have someone who's equally yoked, right? Like that's what scripture says. So don't marry a woman who's been with like 20 men and you're a virgin. Like that's a given.
Yeah,
But
I think that's self-evident. I think that's one thing that people like we need to like remember is like no one's telling the virgin like incel guy that's like maybe he's watched
They
porn a
are
little bit.
though, but
No, 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 no,
that's
no, no,
the
no.
hard
Who's
part
no,
is
they're
who's
that
saying
not.
that?
when
No, I don't
sometimes
see any
no, no,
Orthodox
no, no.
influencers
No,
going
I'm
around
saying
Okay,
this.
saying,
maybe yeah, not orthodox, but when you we're not really speaking against orthodox. Obviously, we want orthodox culture to reign, but we're still in the world, like you said. So we have to fight against the world culture, which is saying those things.
mm,
And so
there's a
it's not.
mix. It's
Yeah, I'm
definitely
not
not
talking to you,
as
Nikolai, when I say that. We need to like have accountability. You already know. Like I said that I feel like you already do that. But when you kind of try and calm the general man down, it's like in theology, it's like similar to when uh, they have these Latinizers that you see all across Twitter. It's like they're really pushing this thing. And so you have to talk to them in a way that is anti Latin. But then if someone comes along and goes, oh, you're being too anti Latin, it's like, no, you're addressing a specific person. So it may look like to a person who's not involved, like it's anti-Latin. So going back to the women, it's the same thing. You're addressing this really degenerate culture. I'm not talking about the women that are already in Orthodox that are
yeah.
actually, and the ones that repented too, like, I don't know how deep the other guy was going in the past. Like, no, you can repent, but you do have weight, but you can repent. So, and time changes things. But, I'm talking to, and I think he's talking to, and maybe Sydney's talking to, not Orthodox people, but these really degenerate people that don't want to change and control, have a big voice too.
Well, that's fair. This is why the start of this space was me saying that we have to choose our influencers more wisely. This is why the Sarah Stock thing is so damaging to a traditionalist movement for women. It's important to have a traditionalist movement for women. We have to make sure that the people that we're choosing are actually traditional.
But
But
here's the thing.
Sir Sidney
I
really has his hand raised. Catherine, can it wait, or do you need to say it right now? Like,
I just wanted to push back on this whole thing of like looking to other women online, the trad movement, because I'm telling you right now, that is not where we're going to get our examples from. Trad women are in church, they're living lives and not online perpetually and posting pictures. I know I do that, but the women that I know that are the most trad and that are women to aspire to, that are inspirational, are going to be the ones in your parish, in your local like area,
Well,
not
and that's fair.
online.
I'm not saying that we need influencers to inspire. I'm saying that we can't. We need to be willing to call out these. What I'm basically saying is that these influencers have to be called out in that we can't allow them to be the representatives. That's what I'm saying. And that the few ones that do exist, because there's going to be influencers on the online sphere. That's just how internet and that's how people function. People look to representatives for them. This happened even medieval society. There were women that represented the community, and they were like they were the the person that everybody looked to as the paragon of the local community, right? Like there's always
So
going to
that would
be
have
that.
been the matriarchs. That would have been the matriarchs or like the women of the family, because in a patriarchal society you had the father and then you had the or the grandmother would be the one that
But
people would look to,
well,
not
I'm not even
online
talking about
figures.
within the family. I'm saying even in society, in proper society, in there were always an elite class of women that were the representatives of women more broadly speaking. We're talking about like the Victorian era. It was the rich Victorian ladies at the balls. Everybody wanted all the other ladies looked to them as the standard for virtue, right? Like that always has existed throughout all of history. There was always, and it exists for men too. Who do we like, dude? We have men on the internet going like, bro, Julius Caesar. I'm gonna use his bust as my PFP because I'm gonna look to right. Like, there's always those types of people throughout all of history. Is that people look towards certain individuals in their time period, historically and otherwise, as the representation of what they want to pursue. This is why we have saints, right? That's another thing to remember. Now, Sir Sydney, go ahead real quick since you have something you wanna mention.
Well, I was hoping to speak for longer, so if you need to get something out, I'd rather wait and
Just
then.
say what you need to say, and then if it gets a little too long-winded, obviously we have to interject. We can't like have monologuing, but go ahead.
Well, I'd like to start by saying that I think ultimately we do kind of agree on the core principles, because of course we're all informed by the structure that is orthodoxy. And I think it's slightly that we're misunderstanding each other, and whether we're saying it out loud or whether it's just in our heads, we're kind of putting words into each other's mouths. In terms of, some of us might at times think, oh, you're trying to tell us that we should do this and that and the other. Or sometimes people think that other people, I don't think myself, but other people are thinking that, oh, some people are talking about the true black pill, the sort of the Andrew Tate, the whatever that podcast is called, that one where they get the women on. I don't know what it's called. I don't watch it.
Whatever podcast I
Um,
think you're talking about.
oh, is it literally okay? That's a stupid name. Anyways, that's what real black pill is, and talking about coming off this MGTOW movement of saying just give up on marriage, and I don't think that's the intent of really anybody here giving up on marriage. It is to be said that you shouldn't always be striving for something if you yourself are not ready for it. And I think we all agree in practicing discernment, but I think the overwhelming reason for the conflict here isn't actually to do with logic per se. I think both sides, we have a sort of an emotional reaction to what is going on now. I would like to sort of explain what I feel to be, at least for myself, but I hope for convenience sake it is the sort of emotional undercurrent as to why our general side are disagreeing. Myself, Vimal and Ivan were disagreeing, and I think, and I don't want to explain your emotional undercurrent, but I would argue that there's also an emotional undercurrent as well for the opposition side as well. And I think for us, it's the state of society as a gnocracy. We can talk about the church as its own thing, but the church is in the world, and it's in our societies, and it's trying to sanctify our societies, but it's also bringing our society into it. And so we have this undergirding of the gynocracy, that especially the younger a guy is, the more he's experienced it. that the more he's sort of felt this overbearing, what you might call the in opposition to what leftists dubbed the toxic masculine, meaning the Andrew Tate figure. We now see this undercurrent of the toxic feminine, and it's very prevalent, especially in our Western societies, in Canada where I live, and of course in the United States. And so I think that's the emotional undercurrent, is trying to fight back against this idea that you can't criticize women. And I know that you don't disagree with that. We know that no one here disagrees with that. That's why it's sort of an emotional reaction, I would argue. But when there is this intense response against saying it's probably not a good idea that we have this rhetoric on the trad space, maybe not the trad orthodox space, but on the trad space as a whole, that men should just, man up and, be the guy who marries a woman with a past. I do think it's not directed
I don't think any of
towards,
us were saying that.
well, it is an undercurrent throughout the trad sphere. It simply is. And
Yeah, but I mean, like, if
yes, well, but here's the thing, and I do need to continue for the sake of brevity, for the sake of not going on to tangents, because I want to do that. If I pick something out of your sentence, I'll just keep on going. We think that it's not a good idea to do these things, and you don't think it either. But when we say this, it seems like there's somewhat of an intense response about it, and it seems like it's ultimately trying to defend the misordered state of our society, as much as we know that everybody here disagrees with that, trying to, in a sense, defend the past, not the past, but, well, yes, really, to say that women should not necessarily expect the consequences of their past that they have. That is upholding the current system that we have, which is a backward system, where we have women in the leading front, and that's true. We are transitioning not to a true matriarchal society, which might be more nature-oriented and such things, though as degenerate as it is, I think we're going even further than that. We're going into, as I dubbed it, the gynocracy. We're upholding this when anybody tries to bat down, saying it's okay for us to complain about this, so long as we're not going too far. We don't want to use rough language, or, I mean, I've seen tons of stuff where it's just gross complaining about this, but it's okay for us to say, yeah, we're going to set a standard for ourselves for what's good for ourselves. It's not saying that these women are evil. It's not saying that they're lesser than us. It's simply saying that such a woman as that is poisonous to probably the vast majority of men. And you see it all the time, especially if you're my age, 19 years old. Amongst my friends who've got girlfriends, I've had girlfriends. And you can see, luckily, it's been a largely good experience for me. But especially amongst my friends, I see it, where it is a very poisonous influence. Not only does it drag you towards that immorality, but it just comes at it changes the feminine mindset, and it makes it less want to submission, at least perhaps you might say in our age range. After all, this is purely based off of the anecdotal in
Sure.
this realm when we talk about.
To appreciate your thoughts on that, I'll give my thoughts in response in a second. But Posh Redneck, you request to speak, brother. How are you doing? I hope you're doing okay. We'll see if he.
Sorry,
Oh,
sorry, I had a boomer moment right there.
It's okay. How
You didn't tell me to unmute, and I was just confused.
Unmute fallacy. We're gonna crash out like Jay. Real.
Lapsus muter. Annyeonghaseyo, minasan, and I'm just here in passing because it's quite late for me here. I'm assuming very early for you.
Very early for me, yes.
Exactly. Well, mine is early. Depends on how you look at it.
I suppose, yeah.
But a couple of things to comment on this. I think the entire so Sydney mentioned like the trad sphere. We shouldn't we should disambiguate between the trad sphere and the red pill sphere, because the red pill sphere isn't actually built on much. It's a reactionary movement.
Correct.
It is completely dependent on the current paradigm being, I don't know if you want to say feminist or gynocentric or whichever term you prefer to use. And I don't think actually the paradigm is either. I am a staunch believer in the fact that the paradigm is run by people who are extraordinarily mercurial. They don't care. They'll switch back to Christianity if they think they can use it somehow. They sure as hell have used it for promoting war with evangelicals and promoting Zionism and whatnot, using that particular model, because you cannot have a global elite and have a unified theory. It's just what's useful for us here currently. So a lot of the red pill sphere is just anti-feminist, which is wholly insufficient in establishing a proper affirmative paradigm. I rant about this a lot. I say you don't let the opposition be a function of your opposition, because you will be dependent on the opposition setting the terms, and you're just constantly reacting. And that's why we see people like Andrew Tate, who's a moron, by the way, see his guilt in the trafficking or lack thereof, however you'd like. The man was in Romania bragging publicly about bribing Romanian officials. The reaction to that isn't even moral criticism. It's just, are you retarded, mate? Have you ingested any liquid in your life other than heavily leaded water? You know, but it's sufficient to construct a personality around opposing something that is obviously destructive, obviously chaotic, and obviously meant to create division between the sexes, because there is no greater division we can create amongst mankind. Sexual dimorphism is the fundamental division. So it's more detailed and pervasive than racial or ethnic conflict. You cannot get lower than that, other than by, I suppose, just complete and utter misanthropy.
Yeah.
So
what would you say? Question, Posh, because I think I haven't spoken to you in a while, and so I would like to get your thoughts on this. What would you say? My thoughts are that the solution is not to play the games of, you know, the Tates versus the anti-feminists versus the MGTOW versus all this. It's that the response from Orthodox and from Christian, well, just if you want to say generically Christians, but I would say Orthodox, is that the response has to be uniquely Orthodox, because then they have to play by our standards. And if that is the case, then would you say that the solution is not to play these kind of secular games of, well, men just have to like quit? And I'm not saying anyone here is saying that. I'm saying, but a lot of people say, well, men just have to quit. We just have to quit the entire institution. We can't even pursue marriage at all, because marriage is such it can destroy your lives. This is what we read earlier from Jeff Younger. I don't know if you follow Jeff, but Jeff Younger, who had his, if you're familiar with him, his wife divorced him and took his children and is forcibly trying to transition one of them. And he lost all custody here in America.
Was that in Texas?
Yes. And he's Orthodox.
I am aware.
His response since then has been to say marriage is a bad deal, so men should not get married. But wouldn't the solution be, well, no, the solution is to be married within the church. The solution is to not play those games, right?
Of course. The problem, again, would be they want us not to have children. They want us to not have families. I'm a firm advocate of being against the nuclear family, because the nuclear family is a reduction of, family.
Yes.
And the elite certainly think that in that way, and so do we in the more Orthodox and Catholic parts of Europe. People don't see the nuclear family as like a separate thing. You have these broader familial structures. But as it pertains to marriage specifically, you can decide not to get married, not to have children. And the only benefactor of that position is actually the people in charge of the paradigm, the world paradigm, the elites, however we wish to dub them, and not as goyim.
We said the not okay. Members only, guys. We're moving the stream to members only. Posh said the word. I'm just kidding. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, if you talk to a sub at 2 a.m.
Should have known better. Guys, I let him request. I let him come up. I just go ahead, Posh. I'm sorry.
Yes. So the solution is never let me on the stream. That's what the red pillars want you to take from this.
Yes.
But I saw that my favorite person in the world, Pearl Davies, commented on Catherine's post, because she said, well, why are we only blaming Sarah and not Elijah?
Correct.
And it says because she pretended to be a trad Catholic. But I suppose pretending to be a trad Protestant is not a problem at all, even when you've got children. Kind of based, to consider Prots not to have any morals whatsoever. It's a DIY Christianity. But I don't think it was coming from a place of baseness. And then she posts about how men are criticizing him because they can't pull as well as he does. So again, that is not contributing to dissolving feminist hegemony over the discourse or in positions of power and influence. And that exacerbates the problem.
Correct.
Because now, and she got humiliated by an Armenian midget feminist in a debate, so she's not in the best place mentally at any rate. But she is condemning the woman who doesn't have children, and apparently, I haven't followed this through and through, just what came up on my feed, but apparently stopped before the engagement, which is horrible enough. But then the man who is married and has children, he's based, he has great game. And I'm so sick and tired of everything, to be honest with you.
Well, my solution has always been that the influencer class should have very little influence over how we assess these scenarios. These people, it's open. Like, I don't understand why people are shocked that these influencers have horrible personal lives.
I know.
You have to select the people you use to represent your movement carefully. And for Orthodox, what I'm thankful for is that there seems to be relatively decent policing within the Orthodox, quote unquote, I hate using this term, but it's been thrust upon us, influencer sphere. Because if, let's say, Jim Bob were to be involved in something like this, there would be universal condemnation from every corner, from clergy to your average streamer, to, you know what I mean? Like, everyone would be like, dude, you need to get off the internet. You can't represent us. You can't claim to be. I mean, this what happened with that one lady that what's her name? She was
Paisios or whatever.
Yes, the ex-wife of Redvon. It was like a universal, complete, destruction of, no, what are you doing? Like, you can't represent us. And that needs to happen more strongly, there needs to be people need to choose who they look to as representatives for quote unquote movements. Who gave Sarah Stock the influence she had? It was all the people that were following her and listening to her words as if they were like
Exactly.
relevant or smart or interesting at all. Like nothing she said was like interesting. They were like just
And she
bottled
doesn't
and
even
repeated.
have
I'm sorry,
and
I'm
she
just ranting at this point. But anyways, you get what I'm
and
trying to
she
say.
doesn't even have a track record of being a trad like wife, which is what the ideal is, but she doesn't even live that. Like, go talk to someone like Rachel or someone who is a mom or actually lives the life of what a traditional woman in the church living it for years, like 10 years. Not some random girl who just said a bunch of base things on the internet and now she's our girl.
Exactly.
That's
Well,
true, yes.
there is also, when you look at how people post, to contrast Sarah and Rachel, Rachel doesn't spend a lot of her time posting selfies, whereas Sarah, in fact, did quite a bit, which is a huge indicator. You know, I only post myself to make jokes, but it shows you what the focus is. And I'm afraid, I'm not sure how true this is. It's just a thing I'm thinking about. But it's sort of like with OnlyFans, and I keep thinking we as men fail miserably as a group for just being on the paying part of it.
Oh yeah,
Imagine
absolutely.
if men could just, you know,
Mm-hmm.
have an option to have thousands potentially of women throw money at you and praises at you just to flex your triceps. Uh, so we are doing rather poorly just on the customer side.
Well, yeah,
We
and
have to
like
understand.
I again, this is why I know I get a lot of flack, a lot of pushback for this, but I say like men, like we can't expect a lot from women if we can't even hold ourselves to basic standards, and if we can't hold other men to basic, like it comes down to if we're going to be leaders, we have to lead. I mean, that's
What does
really
the
what it
word
comes down to.
expect mean?
What?
What does the word expect? What do you mean by expect?
Well, we cannot expect women to follow us and for to allow us to be the leadership if we can't even hold other men and ourselves to basic standards. This is why I talked about very beginning of the stream. Most of these guys
Yeah,
that
no,
are
I was
complaining about the piety of women are not even doing their morning and evening prayers. They can't even be bothered to fast twice a week, let alone do the major fasts. And they can't even be bothered to attend the divine services at least once a week. And by the way, Posh, Posh can say this because he's a cradle and he's grown up Orthodox. Is that not just like the bare minimum, Posh?
It is the bare minimum, and it is met not by many people,
Yes.
including here. I'm sorry to say.
Me as well. I'm not. I'm pointing three fingers at myself. By the way, while saying that, I am not the greatest about that kind
Of
of stuff.
course, of course. Before communion, we pray the fact that we are the first to sin. Right?
Mhm.
It's not meant to be a statistically accurate prayer, because you can't have five people be the worst. But it's meant to be a spiritual position, whereas I am myself a failure to you, Lord, and that's what makes me the worst. But again, it's to mention again my favorite person in the world. But this is not her specifically, but she posted something about women cheating, and I went to read the comments, and some woman said, "What about men cheating?" And some follower of Pearls says, "Different evolutionary pressures."
Oh, good lord! Totally unorthodox.
So
That's not.
This was my critique with Pearl, is that I do not
She's
understand this
dumb.
argument. I do not understand how men somehow escape scrutiny and critique. So my whole point with that post that Posh mentioned, and I think we talked about it earlier, Nicholai, that I just simply was pointing out the fact that everyone is up in arms about Sarah Stock. Good. Like, we should call her
Yes.
out. But there was little to be said about a man who has a public platform, who's married, has 2 children, has had a repeatable history and past doing things, and he's a scoundrel. And there has been he's allowed to just keep doing this. And people are not outraged by him. They're more outraged by her. And to me, that was just my observation.
I have talked about the fact that you should be concerned about, high body counts and whatnot, based on the fact that we are supposed to be temples of the Holy Spirit, temples of God. That's our entire purpose in life, is theosis. And there are 2 levels that people approach this. Men, especially in this case, although both sexes will defend the action of their sex, because one of the 2 reasons I perceive is, I always say, I was never afraid in my entire life of a man breaking my heart. So male, promiscuity will not affect me personally. Maybe I have a daughter or something. But as far as me, myself, I am never going to be troubled by that. I would also perhaps engage in such a thing, so downplaying it seems very useful, because people like to justify their own actions. And I'm sure the same thing applies to the other side. The demons are more than happy to try and get us to sin, but even more effective, even more destructive is for us to justify the sin. Because, again, we all sin, but if you persist in it, if you justify it, that is much more spiritually destructive. The second thing I see, other than people being, again, afraid of the opposite action and trying to make excuses for their own action, is that there's I'm trying to put my thoughts together. I'm pretty bad at this. I can't believe I even have a YouTube channel. But damn it. Sorry, I lost my train of thoughts.
No problem. While you try and remember what you were thinking about, Dr. John Danger, you've requested to speak. Do you have anything you want to maybe add into the conversation real quick?
Yeah, I just want to throw a couple things in on the Stock and Elijah, goofball stuff.
Yeah.
I think the major problem there is Sarah Stock sold herself as this, she sold herself with a mask on.
Correct.
In many different areas. And then Elijah, basically was like, yeah, I've been a degenerate my whole life. So I think that's where a lot of that, disassociation is coming from in that regard. It doesn't make it right or wrong or excuse either of their actions. It's all deplorable.
Correct.
I think it's all just disgusting worldly stuff. What I will say, though, in regards to women today, is we have a major problem. We have 65% of women have a desire for some form of genocidal mania and the right to practice in it through abortion. I don't know how TOS is here on Twitter, so I'm going to try to be good. But you got 60, this is in America alone, and you've got just babies dropping, being unalived left and right throughout this country. And, there's like this slip and slide. They just jump on right after they undo the lives of these, innocent children. and then it's like, oh, it's okay. Where we don't see that going the other way at all. And I'm not trying to get on here because, like, to understand, I don't have a hatred for women. I don't even have a hatred for, guys that do awful things, but the awful things is what I have a hatred for. And even in the regard of these women. And I think that if women want to have a change, because I'm the oldest of 8 kids, I got 4 sisters, and me telling my sister what to do isn't what gets her to do what I want her to do. What gets her to do what I want her to do is to inform her other sisters how important it would be if she were to do a thing. And then they all get their little sisterhood going, and they incentivize each other to maintain whatever roles
Women
they're
build communities.
This
maintaining.
is correct.
Women
Yes.
build
Yeah.
this is why
And so,
just to add to what you're saying real quick, this is why I said that it's so important that the clergy, the babushkas, the married women in parishes are the ones that have to lead this
Yeah, and
change.
they are, because I can speak as a convert coming into the Orthodox Church. This is where you're going to encounter true trad, quote unquote, women, not online. That's what I was trying to say earlier, is that the examples are going to be the women around you, or, in the church. And I can tell you from my, experience, and also talking to other women who are coming to the church just as inquirers, they look to these women like, wow, that's amazing, that's beautiful, and they want that. So I think it's just presenting a better option for women, because right now it's pretty shitty. And I think women are
so
just
on what you're saying with the better option thing. So I don't, in years past, in years bygone, the way that women interacted with each other was not like, I'm going to get you a better thing, or I'm going to make you happier, I'm going to make you feel better. It was kind of more along the lines of, and Nicholai touched on this a little bit earlier, but it was more along the lines of, if you step out of line, the rest of us are going to shame you. The rest of us are going to expose you. We're not going to circle the wagons and protect your perversion and your evil. It was very similar to what's going on today, more in like this bro guy universe. Even the red pill kind of does it to each other, where they're beating each other down and holding each other accountable. And in
isn't that what's
modernity, women have,
happening? Isn't that what's happening with Sarah? Like, I would say that that is social, like, she's now a social outcast. She's been exposed, and rightfully so.
kind of. I mean, man, maybe it's my algorithm, but I've just seen tons of trad cats, like,
No, it's all over
arguing
my
like,
feed.
oh, she was cheating before she was married, so
Well, yeah,
it's not that bad,
you're gonna get a lot of that stuff, and I think that's. I mean,
Yeah.
it's fair to say there's always gonna be. It's the internet, so it magnifies every
Yeah.
single retarded opinion that could possibly
And
be.
it's the internet. That's the other thing, is the internet is far different than in our towns and in our cities. Because in our towns and our cities, women are taught and they're raised to, hey, do the popular thing and do what all the other ladies are doing. I have an ex-wife now because she did what all the other ladies were telling her to do, as they were all getting dumped off, and all of them were divorcing and partying it up and living it up in the new feminist age. And it didn't matter what there was that I offered, didn't matter how much money I had, how much I provided our family, didn't matter how much I fulfilled what she wanted. What she really wanted was the world. And right now, that is what is being promoted to women, like en masse.
And there's
once we start
truth to that.
shaming,
But would you
once we
say,
start shaming that aspect, then that's where you see the change.
John, and I ask you this because I think it would be good to get a perspective of somebody who was married and is. I don't know if you're married again or you got remarried or anything like that, but would you tell young men, well, don't get married. Marriage is just a complete scam. No men, like, just completely run away from marriage altogether. And I'm not saying anyone here is saying that, so I don't want anyone to think that this is pointed to you, but there is a lot of men that say, MGTOW, men go their own way,
Yeah, no, I think that's completely foolish, because my ex-wife, even though, like, if I was to go into the story, you'd be like, what the hell's wrong with you? But I would marry her again just so I can have my beautiful children that I've been blessed with, that I've been able to direct and point them to have hearts for the Lord and to want to learn and develop. Like, that's the most beautiful thing. Now, the scary thing, while I can tell men go get married, at the same time I can go, a woman can come to you and she can know how to fulfill every one of the traditional ways of acting. She can pretend like she's been saved 16 times past Sunday and she's going to church and all these other things. That's why I like what you're talking about in the Orthodox Church, being married in the Orthodox Church, having that Orthodox accountability is very, very important. Is because you can go, marry a Baptist girl and she's just wearing a mask because it's really, really popular with her friend group to go to the Baptist church.
Well, she also can
That's
just
where the
go
girlfriends
to a
get
new
together.
Baptist church, even if there is a communal accountability at one Baptist church, and she's socially outcast there. She can just go find a new community. Whereas with Orthodoxy, it's much more difficult to do that. Not saying it's impossible, but it's much more difficult for a woman to do something horrific like that, like break apart a family or something like that, and not be held accountable in the entire diocese on some level, right? Or the bishops or the clergy holding them accountable, or just the community of women in those parishes in that local area. It makes it much more difficult. It's not impossible, but much more difficult because there's a level of communal, and women, again, as we talked before, women respond to community. Women are communal by
Yeah.
very nature, and they have to have that communal accountability. And right now, in modernity, the only thing that we have is the internet. The internet is where women hold each other accountable, and the problem is a lot of women don't hold each other accountable on the internet. A lot of them make excuses for maybe the guy was abusive, or maybe this or maybe that. So, Posh, you're unmuting. What's up?
That's what I was talking about. The last thing you mentioned, holding accountable is one thing, but there is no female monolith. There are lots of different interest groups, we can call them.
Sure.
And they all push a certain agenda. The lack of pushing an agenda would not work because you don't have cohesion. But so the feminists will push a certain thing, the trans would push a certain thing, a certain, again, view of the world or whatever. But ultimately, holding people accountable, I wouldn't say is just about shaming people. I'm not trying to be reductive about Dr. John's comments. We Orthodox are very much aware that any sin is a victory for the demons because they are the instigators of it. So we shouldn't revel in the sins. And I know we don't ever intend to do that, but we tend to do it. Is like, yes, look at all the, we're Orthodox, so like, look at the Catholic whores.
Oh, no.
It's very easy to fall into that mindset. So we shouldn't use, like St. John Chrysostom's words, that the church is a hospital, not a courtyard, bloody hell, courtroom. We should apply that very, very directly to anything, because I've been thinking of Sarah's husband. How do we think he feels? It's not just that he was cheated on, but basically the entire bloody world is talking about the fact that he was cheated on.
Well, yeah. It's like it is a next level.
And Elijah's wife, by the way.
I'm sorry, say again.
And Elijah's wife.
And her
I'm
two
not
sons.
sure how old the children are.
They're
Yeah,
younger. He has young children, so they're probably not old enough to really know what's going on, other than mom and dad aren't together right now. Which
but they will be.
But they will be, and they're both boys. So that's interesting. But I said this right off the beginning. Elijah Schaefer should be going to a monastery He should take it off the internet for 6 months, and he should come out of there begging his wife for forgiveness on his hands and knees, and that and
Oh,
then
is this who
proceed
it
not to
was?
re-enter the internet sphere. Sarah Stock should leave the internet and never be allowed back on the internet, and and we should pray that both of these marriages are not destroyed in the process, because it's a travesty. It's a victory for the devil. It's a victory for the demons, as Posh was pointing out. Um, the whole
But
situation is
I don't.
tragic, but it's made more tragic by the fact that it is a public tragedy, right? If this was like just private, like the, like a illicit affair in a small community, it would be one thing. But this has larger implications, which is part of the reason why it's being talked about right now. So
Can I
I
give
I think I think that it's talked about because it's naturally pushed buttons that were already there, ready to be pushed. I mean, the conversation we just had about purity and expectations was basically brewing before all of this happened. Because Elisha Schaefer, he's not that big of a deal. He's not that big of a figure to polarize people to
Mm,
have this conversation. This conversation is being had in a specific context, a specific cultural context where basically Epstein files have been released, and we've had a lot of culture wars inside the right wing. And to one of the main, let's say, lines of this conflict has been between like the fake trads and the people who claim to be the true trads. So we have a lot of, let's say, influencers who pretend to be trads, and we have also a lot of Orthodox converts who can see through that, because like it doesn't matter if a woman like wears a veil uh, in church, like she could still be LARPing, and there's plenty of women who do that. So the question is, how do we as Orthodox men tell other Orthodox men to remain in the church, not despair, not lose hope, not say marriage is just for suckers, but at the same time acknowledge their fears and the current cultural situation we're in. Posh was just speaking about how, let's say, how um, justifying sin is demonic. I completely agree, and I also agree with his very wise point about not trying to somehow like pile on people simply because they're not of our church. Like it's obviously a tragedy, but beyond it being a tragedy, like there's the possibility of divorce. And I think Christ allows divorce in the case of infidelity. So in this case, yes, we should pray that people remain married and such. But I don't think that the tragedy is, let's say, divorce when it has to happen, but rather that we have to acknowledge it as a fallen reality. It's like war. War is a fallen reality, but it's also the lesser of two evils. So the problem with justifying uh, that I see as justifying sin is that in the name of compassion, in the name of not judging others, in the name of, let's say, being these purist Orthodox, then we start saying unorthodox things like, for example, war is always illegitimate, which is not true. Or that divorce is always illegitimate, which is also not true. Or we start to go into like super extreme positions that that do not reflect the mind of the church. Like in the case of
Yeah, I
let's
mean,
say
in this
it
specific
comes.
case, I'm not saying that there isn't a legitimate cause for those things. I don't think anyone is suggesting that we can't that there aren't cases in which that can be true. So I get what you're saying. I really want to like hammer home um that I don't think anyone here specifically is saying that. But what I do think is a problem, and I think this is I have Tallahassee requested to speak. I want to make sure he gets a chance to say his 2 cents too. But I do think it's very important, Ivan, everyone else, to remember that the it's like we can describe what's happening all day long, but at the end of the day, there really needs to be a prescription that is being offered. And I think the prescription that is offered in that, well, we just need to acknowledge that this stuff is real. Well, sure, but like at what point You know, like at what point is this church? Real quick before Tallahassee goes, because I want Tallahassee to get a chance to speak. I got a $5 super chat. If anyone, cool dude says, if anyone bought Stera stocks trad e-girl oxymoron LARP for even 1 second, they're naive at best and restarted at worst. No e-girls.
True.
I once said
This
that
is the
back in grade
thing.
8.
Let's kick the bloody groip and garbage off. I'm not much of a fed, but Rachel was very upset about the whole thing. So is Rachel retarded?
Well, yeah, I
don't know.
think Rachel had some personal
It's
interactions.
bloody cynics. I hate cynics more than optimists because they think themselves very wise. Appreciate they sent you a super chat. They didn't send me one, so I get
I saw the Sarah Stock stuff. Like the reason why I discredited her, and I didn't understand this whole like she's so based and awesome, and like she didn't have the credibility. It's just she just got onto the stage. It's like the Haktura girl. It's the same thing. I was like, this is gonna just
It's
blow up.
not. It's not. I'm sorry, but people were hopeful. It's one. So okay, he said
But
they could be
why?
naive.
I don't know who's
But why wouldn't you? If you're a man nowadays and you see women going for a more conservative option, you're hopeful because there isn't much to be hopeful about these days. And you know, it is misplaced, perhaps, but you can't be a cynic. So I hope no one expected some bloody angelic purity, but you would hope, hey, there's a woman doing this. Maybe more women will come and do this, and we can
Yeah,
talk
I
of
think
this
that's
whole thing.
a hopeful.
And it turns out, go after yourself.
Very very optimistic point of view. And I have to say this, Posh, because somebody in chat said it, and I thought it was hilarious, and I was struggling not to laugh. Pufferfish says Posh sounds like Callisto's Ware high on weed.
I have never had weed in my entire life. I recommend this. This is an Onion, skit where they said, make like advertisements about anti-smoking advertisements, and it's like, are they gay or are they smoking? I literally, I've always had an aversion towards drugs because I thought it was gay to do drugs. I'm not kidding. I'm not joking. I think that would have worked 1 billion times better than the thing that was parodied by South Park. Stop smoking.
If I could add to what Posh was saying real quick, when it came to Sarah Stock, her platform overall, and I'm not saying that completely and totally it was above water, but her platform from a propaganda standard or standpoint was a positive. It was a good. The issue is the outcome of then her having like a propaganda arm that then is just chopped off because she chose what she chose to do. And the same goes for Elijah. Like, I mean, no offense to Elijah, but I'm sure he appealed to metrosexual men everywhere.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, you can tell from his voice if you've heard him before. Like I didn't trust him from the start. I didn't realize this was Elijah Schaefer. Like I didn't realize until you guys said it out loud. Like I didn't realize until 15 minutes ago. But I've got to say, like people were saying about this Sarah Stock, who I know nothing about, by the way, saying that, kind of skeptical of her thing. I was kind of skeptical of when the last I heard of Elijah Schaefer was when he was trying to hold the Orthodox cross or whatever he was wearing one. I don't know. I was skeptical of that, not because, I want to gatekeep the religion, but it just, when you try, I feel like when people performatively join Orthodoxy like that, or performatively inquire, I should say, not join, but performatively inquire Orthodoxy like that, it's often a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, I think
Because if you're
Elijah.
going towards this in the way that so flippantly, it will do more damage to you than just not inquiring.
I
I
think
still
Elijah,
think
just real quick, again, I want to make this clear. Most of the things that Elijah was struggling with, his sobriety, his stuff, a lot of that was as a result of his abuse when he was in the evangelical circles. He was abused as a child, and he's talked about this. But that's not an excuse for what he's done. But what I want to say is that he was inquiring because he was a broken person, and that everything else was failing him, and he inquired after this torrid affair. So if anything, I'm glad that he was searching into it. I just think it was too little too late to save his marriage. I think that, frankly, and I think that the fact that all this came out was a result of deeply sinful things coming to the surface finally. Like you can't hide your sin and your past for only so long before it comes up and it really just destroys you. I really want Tallahassee. Do you have anything you want to add into your 2 cents here, Tallahassee? Because you requested, so I'm assuming you have something you want to say.
Sure. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Great. Yeah, I simply just wanted to say, I know she already knows this because she's seen my comment, but just in reply to what Catherine was saying about how she feels like there hasn't been much outcry against Elijah, and there's been more like outcry against Sarah, and it like I guess she feels like it's imbalanced. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could understand that to an extent because of like mainstream social norms, if you want to word it that way. But I mean, I'm very disappointed in Elijah. Very saddened by it. I'm sure this was already discussed beforehand, but obviously, what he's been posting about exploring orthodoxy, talking to a priest, showing off like his Orthodox cross necklace, all that stuff. I've been very hopeful about his trajectory. So for this to happen, obviously, is devastating and just very sad. Obviously, it shows that he needs the fullness of the faith more than ever. And so I hope that in his brokenness, he like really truly comes to the fullness of the faith, really truly comes to Christ in that sense.
Yeah.
But that's all. That's all I wanted to say. Really,
Yeah.
I'm very disappointed with him and very devastated by it. And I'm going to pray for both of them and their families.
Yeah, we need to adopt the old country's rules that if somebody does something like this, they need to be exiled to a monastery for a certain period of time. It's just like, you were bad, you need to go there for a while. Get yourself right. I just wish that was more common and prevalent in Western circles. But unfortunately, again, there's no accountability in evangelical circles. There's absolutely zero accountability. Elijah could have just real quick, Posh. Elijah could have a conversion moment and say, "I've came to Jesus," and he could be in charge of a church within a year. People totally ignore the fact that he's done what he's done. So go ahead, Posh. What's up?
Yeah, so I remember the second point I wanted to make some time ago about this reminded me of it. There's a lot of body count arguments, and the whole a key that opens any lock versus a lock that's opened by any key or such nonsense. And as I said, human value comes from being in the image of God and being a temple of the Holy Spirit. If you claim that it's worse for one sex to have a higher body count, it's because you value it more. If you think, a woman having a higher body count, like, let's say both have the same body count, you're saying it's like a church being desecrated. Whereas if a man has a high body count, you're saying it's like someone, pissed on a half burned down shed. And that's actually, that's in addition to what I said, it's excusing the behavior of your own side, right? In sex in this case. But if you go into these neo-Darwinian garbage ideas, I don't even know anymore.
Well, like
not Jim Bob to talk about evolution, but
yeah, Jim Bob and a lot of these like neo-Darwinian ideas, social ideas, have infected a lot of right-wingers.
Yeah,
and that is, I think, an
but
important
but but
conversation.
but it fuels the type of thinking that excuses your own side. If you say men go for it because of evolutionary pressures, men like variety. I remember the best friend of Nicholai, Dennis Prager.
Oh gosh,
I'm just being an ass. Dennis
the
Prager
fact that
says
you said that
men are built for
2 seconds
variety.
away, I ought to kick you just for that. You're lucky. You're lucky I like you, Posh, because how dare you even
No,
suggest I like
if
Dennis
you
Prager?
didn't know, I literally bully everyone
Yeah,
I've
that's
ever
true.
met. But he says men are built for variety and women are not. And I say, well, if they cheat, they seem to be pretty much built for variety. um, so it's all this making excuses for the sins you either have committed or are afraid you might commit in a greater danger of committing.
Can I add
And
to
and and
this?
no,
Something that maybe um can I get your opinions, all of you guys, on this? I think this is probably just because women and men view things very differently. But on my post today, some guy was like, the reason why men are not scandalized so much about Elijah is just because we expect men to be more promiscuous and to do this, and it was just another like, okay, whatever. But the fact that she was presenting herself, that's why it was more of a shock and so terrible. And then I just replied, my perspective is it never ceases to shock me and disappoint me when a man cheats on his wife and children and destroys a family. And I've seen it very often, and I think it's just the difference between like what men expect and are like, yeah, okay, men are just gonna do it all, and it's like very commonplace or something, versus what women would say is like, no, this is like very hurtful to us because I have a high view of men and I respect men. I want to respect men. And so when a married man is any man is going to cheat on his wife who's beautiful like his wife and has two children with, like, that is hurtful. But I think it's just because men and women view, it's just the dichotomy between the two sexes, I suppose.
Well, I'll give my thoughts, and if anyone else wants to jump in after me, go ahead. My thoughts on this is that men in general, since probably the 90s or 80s, has been infected with a sort of what we and Posh were talking about earlier, a neo-Darwinian view of sexuality, a Freudian, oh gosh, can't even believe I said that name, a Freudian view of sexuality,
friend of
where,
the channel, Sigmund Freud.
oh gosh, what, talk about one of the
Let
worst
me get
people.
my
He's
yarmulke
done
out.
so much damage to discourse on men and women. It's insane. Anyways, the especially in psychology. Uh, but I think what it is that we've completely abandoned this idea, like what used to be the case in old histories, right? There wasn't this like real delineation between men are like when it comes to sexuality massively different than women. Like think of some of the oldest stories we have. Helen of Troy, right? Helen of Troy, and Paris. Even back then, men and women were like they're both like people blame Paris. Like if you watch the old movie Troy, people blame Paris more than they blame Helen of Troy. She cheated on her husband. It's like,
Wow.
at the end of the day,
That's
that is there is some evidence for that as well. But also at the same breath, people that blame Helen for all of it. Well, Paris went and tried to woo a married woman. Like those are just one
Yes,
examples historically, and I think what ends up happening is that we've abandoned this more balanced and I think fair view of sin, the sexes, the relationship between men and women, and we've replaced it with, well, it's neither side can really be blamed, or one side can be blamed more than the other, because we have this neo-Darwinian story, this mythos that we've adopted instead of the traditional human mythos.
Nicholai, have you considered that one man can impregnate many women and a woman can be only impregnated by one man?
It's like, you just
that's
blew
your
my
mind
mind.
exploding. Right. Sorry, but I shouldn't interrupt you, except for a joke.
I'll real quick finish with this and then go ahead and say what you want to say. I think at the end of the day, this neo-Darwinianism has harmed the discourse in modernity far more than we'd like to think. Whether it's the Groypers who like, that's literally, they view the entire sexual dynamics between men and women in an entirely Darwinian mindset. They've completely capitulated the entire conversation to the secularists. And I think that that is the complete wrong way to go about this. You don't abandon, and you talked about this earlier, you don't hand over the keys of the entire argument and argue from their paradigm. You argue from your paradigm. And I think that's the flaw.
It's once you finish the secularist neo-Darwinian steps of analysis, then you can introduce the religious one. And what else to expect from Catholicism, which is just, irreparably infected by Aristotle?
Yes.
I was wanting to say real quick that we see in medieval examples, I study romance and stuff. We see in medieval examples, chastity is kind of, it's more local. It's less of like a universal ideal. That kind of idea is pretty modern. Especially when we get to thinking about the Anglosphere, post-Reformation stuff. We start to see chastity as being more of like a fertility thing. Leah Asbury has a really good work about women's sexuality in Puritan England. And the stuff that they write about is like, yeah, we separate beds and we don't have sex except for these specific times. And the seer of the times told me that this husband would give me the best child, and now I'm not being satisfied anymore. And we just generally see more promiscuity, quote unquote, the further back that we look. And this kind of chastity stuff and this expectation of men sleeping around more than women is kind of new.
Well, to Catherine's point, like, men are expected. I think a huge portion of the controversy there is that we have this strange idea that women aren't really sexual. You sort of have to entice it somehow. I remember I heard Gavin McInnes, who's very much a sage, not at all a git, saying things like, "Oh, bringing women to sex, it's like trying to, bring a doe to come to you, from half a mile away, with some food." Like what? Maybe for you it was.
Yeah, exactly. Different guys have different ideas on like what even a woman is. Or what
I agree,
100%.
The Buddha himself wrote that women can't reach nirvana because they're too obsessed with sex and stuff. So it's not some new thing, but women are just as sexual as men. It's just that, I assume if women were like a foot taller than men and a foot wider, we'd be a bit more concerned about instigating it.
That's how I look at everyone. Yeah.
But honestly, it's funny, but it's also serious. I've had women like put the hand in my crotch and stuff. I was never afraid. Just like, what? Go away, piss off. Like an annoyance.
There is a force multiplier. I think Andrew Wilson probably would agree with this. Is that part of the reason men are held to a higher standard is because we actually have the force to be able to enforce these things, right? Like yes,
Yeah,
if women had the power to pin down men and just go to town,
exactly.
like we would hold them to much higher standards. But this
Yeah.
is also why I know I'm gonna get so much flack for this, but I'm gonna say it anyways. Uh,
You love Dennis Prager.
uh, men, men. The reason we are held to a higher standard is because we are expected to lead. It's that simple. It's that simple. Like if you don't want the responsibility of leading, then hand it over to women. Stop whining. And that's what happened. We handed it over to women. You don't like the
No,
results, so now
you didn't hand it over. They take it over. Women are much more socially apt than men.
well, there's some truth to that too. Is yeah, but
There's a lot of truth to that
well, yeah.
because that's how they can they maneuver much more ably in social circles. You know, men are like, we love tits, man.
Yeah.
Women are much more subtle because I think they're much more in tune with social hierarchies and groups and things like
100%.
that. So they can they know how to balance it. Whereas we have to accept the fact that all the geniuses are men, but also the worst of morons are men. So we have to suffer both.
I think
I
it's
always push
also
back
just
really hard on anti-feminist stuff because I feel like a lot of incel guys and people that don't really talk to women don't really know that women kind of view every guy as someone who's able to take sex from them by force. And I don't know if they're just forgetting that conveniently, but I think when we talk about culpability for women, people should reconsider like whether or not they think women have agency in specific ways. Like, are women inferior or are they not? If they're inferior, then they're not completely culpable. But if they're not inferior, then they do have a degree of culpability.
It's a both. And I think it's again. It depends on
Yes.
what you're talking about. Women are responsible for their sins. They are moral agents of their own. But that doesn't mean that they have the same responsibilities as men. They're men. That's why men are called into the priesthood and women are not. Right?
and St. John Chrysostom
Yeah, go ahead.
and St. John Chrysostom says, and other saints say, like, women are the weaker sex. And I think that just means that women are easily led, easily manipulated, easily influenced, and we're seeing that. We're seeing the fruit of that. And it's not to say that that's men's fault. I'm just saying that women are stupid in other ways.
I
They're more
mean,
intuitive.
I'm halfway radical to saying like if a woman lacks proper headship, like whatever's done to her is not her fault. I'm halfway to that point.
Well,
We talk about headship and submission a lot, but men have a duty to submit to their priest. They have to submit to all sorts of
And they have to die
structures,
to
and
they have to die
no,
to themselves.
no. I'm trying to say we as men resist a lot of submission ourselves. It's human nature. It's our arrogance. It's our ego, which applies to both of the sexes. But at the same time, again, the men are not doing very well in terms of being leaders and stuff. So you sort of being, this is how I think. If you're a woman, you're sort of being summoned to fight under some retard. Like, hey, let's go to battle, and he's like 5 foot tall, and then can't walk on a straight line and stuff. So things are not well, but that's intentional. That's intentional. It has been propagated by the media for a long, long time. If you remember, before we got, women, you should have sex with anyone ever, and if someone wants to stop you, or if you want to stop yourself, you're oppressing yourself. Before that, we had archetypes pushed on us like a James Bond. That's not the Christian or the Western archetype. The Western archetype is I studied French for a while and I had to read Chrétien de Troyes. Like you read it, it's all about you sacrifice yourself and you have a woman you want to go to and all that. It's all heroic. It's monogamous. It's Christian. And this is how I view the plan of the elite. And you can view this in multiple aspects of social cohesion, or again, the opposite of it. You favor the men for a while, so as to create contempt amongst women, and then you flip it.
Mm-hmm.
Because now the women are all angry, and they're not going to moderate themselves.
Yeah.
And the men are going to suffer. And what are they going to fall back on? Well, if it was bad when we did it, that's sort of the plan.
They become meek. They become meek, and they don't adopt their true Christian masculinity. They've adopted a meekness.
Yes.
Because they are.
But that's what we see that in
the caricature.
In racial relations, we see that.
Yeah.
It was the elites were very pro-white, and then whoops, we flipped it. And now all the non-whites are resentful. Do you remember, we're talking about St. John Chrysostom a lot, but he said, we can take all the money from the rich and give it to the poor, and the rich will be resentful and the poor will be thankless.
Well, doesn't he also say that the poor will still be poor?
Sorry?
He says the poor will still be poor, too.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm thinking more about the part that they wouldn't be like, oh, wow, thank you, let's all continue. No, resentment doesn't go away. That's not how demons play us. They play us to always be resentful, and that's why a lot of the times, you always remember something someone did poorly towards you rather than remembering like 100 times they did something well towards you.
No, that's true in marriage too. I can say this.
Exactly.
You don't remember. I can say this as a husband. I don't remember all the times my wife is just an angel to me, and she buys me one day my wife just bought me a bunch of my favorite jams, and she had them imported here, and they were super. You can't get this jam here in Korea. And I love it. It's raspberry jam. Love raspberry jam. Can't get it here in Korea. Can't find it. They have pseudo raspberry, but it's like this trashy Korean style raspberry that's just awful. It tastes like dirt.
Kimchi with raspberry.
It's like the worst thing you could ever imagine. It's horrible. And I'm like, no, I need actual
American
or even Russian style raspberries. I need that because that's my favorite thing in the world. She'll just buy me that out of random
because Americans are one raspberry and a pint of corn syrup.
So true. But you can't get it. You can't get it in Korea, right? And she'll just do that for me randomly. I was just like, oh my gosh, my wife is such an angel. And then maybe let's say a week later, my wife is maybe whining or complaining about some very minor thing. And I'm like, man, she's being so unfair to me, blah, blah, blah. I don't think about the 100 times she was an angel to me. I'm I'm dwelling. The demons do this. I dwell on that one minor thing.
Yeah.
And
yes.
I think that is the real. I think that is the real thing that the demons are doing on a cultural level between men and women.
Yeah,
Yeah,
despair and despondency.
It's the whole story of some people are either bees or flies. A bee will search for a flower in a dung heap, and a fly will look for dung in a field of flowers. Count your blessings. There's all sorts of iterations in Christian, thinking that try to ameliorate our tendency to feel sorry for ourselves. But at the same time, I think we're so inundated with information, with nonsense, along with actually concerning things, that I'm not sure that the church has not adapted itself to trying to properly deal with it, because it's so new and it's rapidly increasing in intensity. And you know, you have like a 80-year-old bishop, he's going to talk to you about like slop posting on X. Not likely. And
yeah. Pasha cut out. Piasius, you raised your hand. Go
Nicholai,
ahead.
can I just give an example of like a couple, well, one story? So we've been talking about how like in the church, I think that there can be a despondency looking out, the outside world, like these influencers who are not Orthodox, as an example. But I think and then men seeing women like Sarah Stock, who's like this pinnacle for a trad wife or whatever, and the hope that they have for women, blah blah blah. Well, I think that there's an equal side for women, just my perspective. Like I think just as many women who present themselves as trad, who end up being, let's say, hoes. I hate using the word, but they have, just as many as those women, there are men who call themselves Christians who don't live up to that standard. I have a personal experience of within the church dating someone who ended up going and cheating and like, behind my back while I was courting him, was going to be engaged, and then found out afterwards that he was talking to someone else this entire time. And I think the church the church is the place for the person to do this. I don't know, that's not really what I want to say, but like I think the backlash that he got and the accountability through his priest and everybody who found out about it is a good thing, because he hit rock bottom and now is able to hopefully repent. And the church has the tools to do that, whereas the outside world does not.
Yeah.
And but then also I wanted to point this out as like a real example of like, it's not just women, it's also men doing this, like men cheating and promoting themselves as like this awesome Orthodox guy, and they fall short as well and completely destroy people's trust. That's my experience. However, I don't let that jade me and just say I'm going to opt out of marriage altogether just because of this experience that I had.
You know what? That's really interesting, because who are the trad husbands? I mean, I don't date girls in the church, but I'm wondering, like, if people see trad wives and they think like, oh, that's who I want to marry, like, who are the women thinking about?
Well, they're thinking about Chad. They're not even thinking about trad husbands. So, like, when you speak about these men doing horrible things, the men who are not Chad, the ones that are not, masturbating, we want to call them out. But I like what you said, that the church, they should be in the church and be handled by the priest. But us as men, other than, voicing it a little bit, we can't change Chad. And no matter how much we try, the women will still go towards Chad.
Yeah, you
So
gotta
it's
see us
like,
for how we are. That's insane.
but yeah,
As
like
far
we
as we're
can't
dropping
control
out,
that.
I don't know what that means, first of all, what Chad is, because
Because
like
when you're
this
talking
guy
about men, you're
wasn't.
not talking about all men. You're talking about Chad. That's kind of what is being missed here. That's like
I mean,
you're
this
talking about a
guy,
small percentage of men. Many men can't do that. Yes,
this
there's a lot
guy
of
is
men
an
who
Orthodox.
masturbate and
No. I'm talking about, this is an Orthodox guy in the church who is like,
yeah, there's Chads in the church too.
okay, I don't know what a Chad is. He just was a nice
Well, it's like
guy.
if you're
A
able
top
to
percent of
talk
men that
to,
are able to, yeah, go ahead.
yeah, if you're able to have a couple of girls on the side, then you're Chad. Like, that's essentially what he's saying, is like you're
that's
But
like
not
a
this
high
what's
value
wasn't.
guy or
happening.
something.
Here's the thing: is I was told. Here's what happened. I was set up with this individual with a community that vouched for him, and I asked, like, is this guy a good guy? And people were like, he will treat you like a princess. He won't hurt you. Blah blah blah.
That's
Everyone, all
brutal.
of
I'm
his guy
sorry.
friends, the
But that's
guy,
all.
the
Like, who
guy,
is that? Who is saying
the
that? Because is it other women that also view
no,
Chad as like
no.
looking at? Because it
This
really,
is. let me finish what I was trying to say. So this is a whole parish community of
I'll see you guys later. Thanks for having me. Sorry.
dudes in this church who are friends with this guy. There's like a group of dudes and they all got married. Like they all have like girlfriends and people that they married. I came in and through one of the wives, and so was set up. I didn't know that this guy had a sort of past. He didn't tell me that, and everybody said that he didn't. I mean, all of the signs were not there that he was like some sort of Chad, that he had these side things, because the last I knew and what people were saying is he had a girlfriend previous to me a year ago, and I was like, okay, reasonable, totally cool. And so it, was came to my surprise that, oh, like he actually has had a pattern. But I had vetted and tried to ask the priest. I sat down with the priest. I made sure both of our priests were involved. I talked to his entire community. They all really loved me and they were rooting for us and they actually wanted us to get married. And he was about to propose. And so all of the signs were given. Like, I have pretty good intuition. I know when a guy is not a good guy. This guy gave all the indications that he was a serious Orthodox Christian. And he was not a Chad in the way that I see Chads out there, that I'm repulsed by most Chads because I know that they're players. This guy didn't come off as a player.
I mean, I'm using Chad in a way to represent it's not a behavior, it is a physical set of attributes that give them the ability to attract all of the women. And so when these examples come up, it's not about the other 90% of men who are sitting on the sideline, maybe doing bad things like masturbating, but then we hear these stories and we're like, well, stop going after those men. But we can't control that because it comes from the passions. So yes, I agree with you that we need to have these men in the church and we should be pushing that. But other than that, we can't do anything to stop those men. It has to be on the women to not chase those men.
Mate, you have to understand. My late father said to me, women don't know what they want, but they want it right now. That is a piece of wisdom he left. And women don't have a specific type. I think a lot of that is to do with hormonal profiling.
Exactly.
This is the one. No, see, this is where I disagree. That's the black pill, is that they are going after looks.
But that is the
black pill. The black pill is not.
We're not disagreeing yet.
Okay.
So allow me to present my case. I was pretty young when I realized, we as men know the menstrual cycle, right? Because there's blood, there's cramps, there's pain. We can relate to that. We as men cannot really relate to the ovulatory phase of a woman's monthly cycle, which is a real thing. I'm not going for some Darwinian yada yada. We're talking about hormones, and there's a very real, and you can inject them out artificially and check for yourself. Don't do it, by the way. You can, you should, everything is permitted and all that. But all the studies we have, for example, are different preferences in different phases of the hormonal profile that a woman would be in. So you would have a higher preference for someone who's tall and jacked and all of that and more aggressive with women when they're ovulating, because that is the phase of potential impregnation and fertilization of the ovule. But I remember learning this the hard way. Women go from you're a. Can I use the F slur?
Go ahead,
Nicholai. Yeah, come on, hit me, you faggot. And a couple of days later, did you raise your decibel levels by 2? You go through all of these things. Because men, we have not a menstrual, but again, it doesn't mean the same thing, but we have a monthly cycle, but it's not noticeable. The changes are so small that it's ignorable. But you know, for women, that's why you have a lot of them go for more androgynous men. You have to explain that as well.
Well, that's because
You
of
don't
birth
have
control.
Birth
This is
control.
because of birth control as well.
no,
Because
no. That can
they
explain
want
an
more
increase,
feminine men.
but at the same time, we as men have a pretty constant hormonal profile. Women's shifts a lot, and that's because it has to maintain a very intricate system to create new life. And I only promote knowledge about it to adapt to it, rather than, you know, to condemn it or whatever.
Well, I think, if I may, Posh, add my 2 cents onto this as a married man, which
Yeah.
I think I'm other than John, I'm thinking the only other person who's been married, unless I am mistaken. What I can say about women is, you know, the same things anyone else says about women, but I think one thing that a lot of young men, and this is again a product, not because it's because of modernity, it's not just because of porn, but it is porn reflects it in a very deep way. A lot of guys are going for girls that I mean, I'm being totally honest, are not even within their same social sphere, category, looks, etc. And they expect is like you might not have a banger woman, right? Like a girl that like you might be one of those guys that's the peasant boy that marries the local peasant girl whose face is like got a couple warts on it, right? like a couple maybe weird growths on it.
But Nicholai,
what you're
are also
basically
women doing
saying,
that? Aren't women also doing that though?
Women
That's
have, but
that's
you
what
gotta
the men's
live. You have to
gripe
live with the
is.
reality that most women breed throughout history. So you gotta live with the reality that women will always have men that go after them because they don't need that they don't have that luxury. We have to live within reality is what I'm saying. And so guys have to do that. And if women aren't, like people that complain about, well, women are going for guys way past their prime. That's because they can get the attention. Because women have something that all men
But
want.
you're saying on average men don't date down and women
Men
don't
have
date up,
always had to
because
date
that's not.
down. Always throughout
Yeah,
history.
yeah.
that's
So, but
rubbish.
that's what I'm saying.
No,
It's happening.
I'm not having this. I'm not having this. Unless
Yeah,
I'm
say
massively
today.
undervaluing myself, which I doubt. That's not true. And I've also observed, you know, extremely good-looking women with very average-looking guys. From personal experience, again, not just
That
seeing something on the
exists.
internet.
I'm not denying that. I'm just
And
saying that in modernity, porn has made men overvalue themselves as well
that's
as
fine.
women has. That's all I'm saying.
It's both. It's actually both because
We agree on that.
No, but Posh, come on. You're saying that on average women are dating down. That's what you're trying to say.
No, I'm not saying on average. I'm saying it doesn't matter.
Well, this is general.
If it's on average, because the same thing I said in my streams. No single man is married to a woman. You're married to a particular woman.
Mhm.
So, if we talk about,
but we're talking about scenarios like when Catherine brings up this scenario, you know, I want to help Catherine, and we need to speak in generalities of what's going on in the world, where you know it may be the case that even if I know that scenario is hard because they were recommending this guy to you, I would have recommended against that guy because maybe it's a scenario where that guy is in the top 10%. And I'm not saying that it should be an ugly person that they're dating, and that won't happen because women have a good selection. But it really is, in my experience, them chasing the top 10%, and it's golf.
I wasn't
again,
speaking.
I agree.
Can I speak to this? Can I
I'm
respond?
not saying in your
Just a
scenario,
moment.
I'm saying in generality. And this is why for Posh, it's the same exact thing. We need to speak in generalities because this is what is happening.
But
By the
you
way,
can't speak in
I
general.
leave
agree.
after this, but I just wanted to mention that I think Andrew Wilson is a, he's not perfect, but he's a good example of what I expect to be of the kind of pushback against feminism. He brought me to orthodoxy when he went against the evangelical women that, acted as if they were trad or, represented the faith, and he put them in their place. And many women are against that type of person. And I think we need more men like that. Again, he's not perfect and we should be under a priest, but yeah.
But that's because they are trying to justify their own sinfulness or potential sinfulness. That's what I was talking about earlier. What I'm saying is, for Catherine, it doesn't matter how many women go for the top 10%. If she meets someone who's in the 20% or 30%, and they get along well, that's it. So these statistics, I did a whole stream, I believe, about abstraction being subtraction, because you have to remove idiosyncrasy in order to abstract. That's the whole point of it. You're trying to ascertain patterns to the extent that they can be followed on a predictive, schema. But it ultimately doesn't matter, because a lot of very good-looking people will not meet the appropriate, personality-wise, very good-looking people of the opposite sex. So I understand what people do. I understand what people say. I also am a huge skeptic of a lot of studies because I think they push agenda. Like when someone's a sexologist, there's a sexology study that shows that men prefer the most women who are about 14 years old. Will you accept that?
So if I can add to what Posh is saying here, especially being as I was married, and then I'm not married again yet, but I have kind of not entered the dating market, but I've courted a few different women, and I got two different points here. In the first point, Catherine's speaking from her individual experience, as is Posh, and I would second Posh in this. Like, I don't count myself as like the hottest dude in the world, but I definitely attract a higher caliber of women. I'm no Chad by any means.
But there's also, mate, there was a whole thing of saying Margot Robbie was mid.
Well, I must say she's not really.
Thing.
I mean, I don't know. She seems a bit.
Well, that's another thing that really I gotta bounce off this Posh because it drives me up the wall. Like, I don't understand this desire to like call every woman mid. It's like, dude, we all know that you guys would be clambering over each other if she was a girl available in your parish.
Exactly.
Like, we don't know that.
No, but
so like,
well,
what are we telling otherwise?
Even if she was ugly, women or men are still going up to them and talking to them.
Yeah,
so that kind of leads into.
But that is
unless you're a true self.
Pause. One at a time.
That's a reactive response to, again, those type of women chasing a high or small percentage of men. So it's a reactive response to say, well, think about the other men. Why are you aiming so high? And they're doing it in the wrong way, but it's reactive to that.
Are you talking about in the
church?
There's
a lock-in recipe
no, like
here.
someone saying Margot Robbie is mid is in reaction to women in general chasing the top 10%.
No.
So we're missing the hills for the trees here. If I could just finish on my second point, just really quick, and then I'll mute up. But on the second part of my point, while I understand we want to talk in generalities, our market should not be in the general populace. We should have nothing to do with the general populace. And maybe we could instead refer to the generalities of our communities, and we could look in those areas. But for the lock-in, and this for a man, and this is the best advice I can give, and I've experienced the negative reaction of this without being able to get to that lock-in point quick enough. But if you want to lock in a woman and there's a woman you really, really care about, if she really cares about you, what she's going to do is everything her friends say after she's locked you in doesn't matter. In fact, her connection with her friends, you'll see it break down. And same with your friends, where you go, hey, hold on, I've got a new path I'm going on. Let me go this way. I have somebody I need to put some intention and time into now. And it goes the same way for her, because I've seen over and over again where a girl, she's like super interested in you, and all it takes is her sister or one of her girlfriends going, but girl, we could go to the club tonight. But girl, you don't want to lock yourself down yet. And that's it.
Okay, mate. To respond directly to that, there's a lot of times, and I grew up in an almost exclusively male family, which is why I speak so slowly. I never had to, fight for it. But a lot of times you have a man and he's with a girl, and his male friends go like, "Oh, what are you going to do?" In Serbia, we use the term papučar, which means like you're a slipper. So she wears you like a slipper. And that also affects men. My point about bringing up Margaret Robbie is that if you're into like big booty Latinas, a slender blonde isn't going to do much for you. So I was trying to bring up preference. I still think it's an over-exaggeration, to say she's mid, but there is a point about preferences. Right? There are men who prefer more thick women, THICC. There are men who prefer slender women. That applies to women as well. Women have preferences. So we can't have Chad as a category which is, I think, for us men, a lot of us men think of like super, muscular, tall, and tall is not very disputable for women's preferences, but like muscular, and I don't know.
Especially because most of the men in the Orthodox Church are not quote unquote Chads by the outside like world standards. Like at least my experience in Orthodoxy is they're just normal guys. They're not buff and Chad. They don't make a lot of money. They're not the hottest guys in the world. They're just nice, and they are Orthodox. And I've dated many guys that have, or not many, but the guys I've dated are not like 10 out of 10s. In fact, most people would say they're not that good looking, but I thought they were. And women date men who are not just for looks, but actually it's more complex than that.
Yes, and there are definitely slags who go for just a very good looking, successful men. Men do that a lot. I'm not going to pretend like men don't go for slags. I don't know whether you, Nicholai, do you know the equivalent of slag in America?
Hotties!
But like women who are willing to show off more skin.
Valley girl types.
Horse.
Yeah, so men go for those. It's not unique. Again, I have never in my entire misbegotten life looked at like a muscular man and thought, wow, nice. Yeah, because I'm not into men. But you see there's a level when you see like a woman who's showing off skin, and you think, wow, nice, but only if you're very, aroused. If you weren't aroused, you'd be like, ugh.
Yeah, I actually, funny story is I was in Cape Coral, Florida. That's where my folks live. So I'm originally from Minnesota, but my folks moved down to Florida like 5 years ago. And I was in Cape Coral for the first time about a year ago, give or take. And I'm at the beach, and I'm like, oh, this is nice. And then, like any man, you notice women. I mean, obviously, like just modernity because of bikinis and crap like that. Like, there's not much left to the imagination. And, like any man, I notice it, but it really didn't phase me at all because but I did notice like there were some women that were dressed so scantily, even though even compared to like just the bikini, it was so scanted that I was disgusted by it. It didn't attract me at all, even though by all conventional wisdom, this woman is extremely attractive. And I could be objective and say, yes, to a lot of men, she would be considered attractive. But what she wore and her demeanor and the way she was just completely turned me off. And that's because of, again, I think Posh's point is preference. And I think that's why it's dangerous to go into these, again, I don't want to call it Darwinian, but this sort of like, it's almost neo-Darwinian saying like, hey, all the women go for XYZ phenotype guy, right? And I think that a good example, just one more point before Posh goes or anyone else. I think the I asked a bunch of women this one time. I had the opportunity to sit with a bunch of ladies that I knew, and it was mostly Korean women, okay? And I showed the two sons of Lukashenko. So Lukashenko has famously, and you know where I'm going with this, Posh. I showed.
I know how they look.
The older son, Lukashenko, is a very much your how do you say, standard Slav. And then there was the Aryan Chad son, though, with the blonde hair, blue eyes, chiseled jaw,
First
thin.
of all, go bugger yourself because he looks like he's selling watermelons in Ankara.
And then
That's what the older son looks.
He does, but I showed a picture of one and then the other to all these Korean women. And I would say it was about a 50-50 shot of the women that thought that the other guy looked sweet and kind and like a good husband material was the watermelon seller. And then the other one, the Chad, you had the other 50%. So it's clearly, I think that this idea of like women instantaneously all go for Chad, I do think that that's a myth. I just wanted to point that out because I thought it was a funny example.
But it's also,
and that is
populations are different
when
though, in the way
Nicholai
that they
learned that
perceive
women
things.
lie.
But the thing is, though, is that populations are different in how they perceive things, and also how media kind of plays into what preferences should be. And so, like, it's already kind of like pre-baked into the mindset of like an American of like, this is what's attractive, this is what's not, and if you disagree with this, then you're objectively retarded and you don't know what you're talking about.
America is a crapshoot of a country when it comes to preferences because of how the standards are so just topsy turvy because
year to year,
because of the well, Hollywood doesn't help, but anyways, I just wanted to point that out.
It's all about true cell maxing.
So, anyways, Posh, I thought that was funny because I wanted to poke fun at you, you Slavs. So,
hey, what do you have against Slavs?
I look Mongolian, mate.
That is true. My wife
Nicholai,
actually.
What do you have against Slavs?
I don't, dude. I'm Slavic. Like on my dad's side.
Sole Anglo here.
Wait, where
I'm
specifically?
the sole bastion of civilization.
Nicholai,
in this
what
barbaric land?
What country?
Just generically Eastern European. That's what my family knows.
Go bite it off, mate.
Wait, hold up, Posh.
To be fair, my family is primarily Germanic, Slavic, and then a little bit of Native American. So.
Okay. Posh, are you Serbian?
Your brother, mate. Yes.
Zdravo, kako sam.
When you lost a
We can't. This is illegal. By the way, I really.
Wait. Can you respond to that?
Sam dobro.
Repeat that.
Dobro.
You pronounce things a bit weirdly. Are you an expat or something?
No. I've been kind of picking up here and there of like some Serbian words because I have a friend of mine who's from Novi Sad, and most of the things that I learn are not very appropriate, But
that's to be
Pretty
expected.
standard. Pretty standard.
But like most of
People
the
asking
Serbian.
What, Macedonian, Serbian, Bulgarian? What's the difference, really? I mean,
No. Whoa. Okay, hold up, time out. Monkey-donians are Bulgarians. That's what they are.
well, Albanian, Macedonian,
Don't get me
Bulgarian,
started on
Serbian,
shiptars.
Romanian. I mean, really, is there a difference between all of those? I mean, they're all just Balkans.
Whoa. Yeah, Bempty.
The fact that they're even
Nicholai,
countries is.
you're not very good at race baiting, mate.
I'm
We play
trying.
ranked racism here.
Look,
And you're
yeah,
coming
the Balkans excel. The
beginners.
Balkans excels in racism.
Dude,
though. Come on.
I laugh because the Balkans are the funniest people ever. They're unified in a sense, like everything about them are nearly identical. Okay, I don't care what anyone says. They all say, "Oh, we're different." No, they're all almost identical in temperament. Like if you offend one Balkan person, they'll be like, "Yeah, that guy's we hate those people." And then but then if you ask a Balkan person about someone external, like the Gypsies, they will like unify in a blood brotherhood to the time. Like it is the funniest thing.
Except for Montenegrins,
Well,
they're
the
too lazy to
gypsy
do
thing is
anything.
going to be Europe-wide. That's not going to be contained to the Balkans.
Fair enough.
But I mean, the thing is, though, Nicholai, you're talking about the Balkans, though. But at the end of the day, there is one country that won't do anything. It's the Montenegrins because they're so damn lazy. They don't unite with anyone because they're too busy laying around asleep.
I see you're a man who's well informed.
Yes, I am.
Why do you sound like Christopher Lee?
Because I dated the girl from Podgorica, so I know how it goes.
Well, Posh sounds like Christopher Lee because that's how he learned English, was from Christopher Lee. Correct,
Yeah.
Posh? Am I right?
Well, not how I learned English, but what inspired me to really go for English and what to model myself after. Literally, especially the speech Saruman gives from North Rank.
Well, my mother actually gave Christopher Lee a back massage, funnily enough, on the airlines Virgin Atlantic. He was nervous actually in the flight. It was late it was at night, and he was nervous in the flight. He was stayed up, so his wife walked up and said, "Can you do anything?" Because my mother was the on-flight sort of spa woman out of the flight attendants. Or this air stewardess.
This sounds like something straight out of like an Epstein flight log or something. What on earth?
I don't see why it's anything.
No, we're teasing because it's not standard for your average person to get a massage on a flight. It's just not.
Yeah, to be honest,
that's the joke.
It was
the Christopher
Lee. If you were first class, you could get that.
Well, you're talking to plebes here, dude. None of us are wealthy enough for that crap.
But Sir Christopher Lee was 6'5", so
yeah, he's a tall dude.
At an advanced age, you have a lot of back problems.
Yes,
exactly. This would have been in the early 90s, I guess. This would have been.
He must have been part Serbian. Let's be honest, because Serbs get that tall.
He was mostly Italian, actually.
His mother was
I don't know where he gets the
descended from Charlemagne. That's probably where he gets that. He's also, of course, related on his father's side, not directly descended from, but related to Robert Ely as well. But no, I mean, my mother quite enjoyed speaking to him. Yes, he is. Quite enjoyed speaking to him because, of course, he reminded her of her grandfather, my great grandfather, who died before I was born. And so it was very nice speaking to him, and a very nice man, she said. And you can tell that
he seems like
what he talks about, Satanism, the occult, all these sorts of things.
He condemns it, actually.
Exactly.
He's one of those old-timey actors that didn't completely fall into the Hollywood hellhole that is Baal and Moloch and stuff like that. Like, it's kind of.
And to be honest,
he didn't get goy beamed.
He wasn't a great actor, but he had so much charisma.
He was a decent actor. He just was playing in an era of like most of his roles were in an era of Hollywood that were like not gonna bust out ballbusters and like blockbusters.
Yeah. But I'm saying he didn't have as much acting talent as much as he had raw charisma.
Well,
Fair.
but that is sort of what acting truly is. If we talk about, you know, traditional stage acting is more to do with your overall charisma. It's not to do with
True enough.
the method, you know, method which has been pushed by Stanislavski, and I respect Stanislavski, but I don't fully agree with method acting or realism in acting as a whole. Even though he had some good results on stage and he did a good job in trying to make
the
a
method
case
actors don't have a
for
good
how.
history of producing well-stable individuals.
Well, exactly. It's unfortunate, but Stanislavski wasn't there to guide it. He was actually one of the first figures to try to, in a sense, Christianize acting within the Russian Empire, because of course, even up till Stanislavski's time period, being a stage actor was a deep taboo in Russia for Orthodox Christians, and so he brought it to a level of trying to get rid of the sensationalization of shall we say, the sensuality of acting and turning it into a more orthodox, you might call it, not, you know, orthodox properly, but a more Christian at least experience. And so I do respect him for that. But overall, I think you find that the style of acting we see in Shakespeare is far superior, and it does more readily impart social cohesion, actually, because it's more about embodying an archetype, sort of an archetypal character in Shakespearean acting and Shakespearean writing. But that's an entirely different topic. I'm of course
one thing that I think is really important to remember about all of these different topics is that we have to remember that the frame of mind that we should be assessing this information should always be from the Orthodox phenomena or the Orthodox mindset and the Orthodox worldview, the framework that we have. And Posh talked about this at the very, very beginning. I think a lot of these subjects, it doesn't matter which subject it is, everybody adopts the secularist model. They adopt the secularist frameworks and the way that they frame all of these things. And I think that is where most of this is lost in translation. And I think this is where everyone's debating this when really the answer is neither. It's neither or. You know, I hate, like, people often get angry with Orthodox because we're like, it's both and, not either or. But sometimes it's literally that is the solution. It's not either of those. It's none of them. The answer is to not play the game, right? Like, it's to flip the table and be like, we refuse to actually engage in this ridiculous neo-Darwinian, like, we can categorize people into these like very strict these very strict boxes. People can be just plugged in and this like Freudian bull crap that's been thrust on society. So
Yes, because they have technologized spirituality. That is what psychology did, and the damage is immeasurable.
Well, this is why manga and anime and things like that is actually becoming more popular, because Japan didn't fall into it to the same degree. These kind of like neo-Darwinian categories of like trying to hyper analyze characters in animes are almost always archetypes. They're almost always. And so some people say, oh, the main character is bland. No, the main character is literally an insert of an archetype. There's like, they are going to play out exactly like that. And you notice that the stories in Western media, they're always trying to like create a character that is like lived in. Oh, we have to have a lived in character.
I think people in the West don't understand the fact that the Japanese view Europe as exotic.
Correct.
To them, wearing a kimono, yukata isn't exotic. It's, you know, like archaic perhaps, but they view Europe as an interesting thing. Like, oh, this is how they build their castles. This is how they dress. This is what their weapons look like. So you get a lot of anime being very Western and focused on like late medieval period because it's interesting to them.
Yeah.
But the people we have in charge of media in the West, they can't perceive of the fact that someone might find that interesting.
No, yeah.
It's like, what do you think for colonialism? We all know Japan never liked colonialism.
Yeah,
Bro,
I can
they
tell
didn't
you
like
this much.
colonialism?
No, I can tell you this much. The Koreans, Asians in general, living here in Korea, I can tell you, they don't give two craps about that stuff. Like you tell somebody about, oh, well, the Europeans, they colonize people, they'll be like, yeah. I was like, yes.
Well, yeah, but
they don't care. We do in the West.
Mention Japanese colonialism.
Oh yeah,
and
well then, then the Koreans. Listen, my wife is the most angelic woman you'll ever meet in my life. She's an angel. She is such a great mother. She's such a great. But my goodness, she'll get on me. She'll be like, for those of you who don't know, my name is Connor, but she'll be like, Nicholai, you're why are you so hard on like black people, or how are you so hard on XYZ group of people? And be like, I'm not particularly hard compared to most people. And she's like, no, you're really hard on them. I'm like, well, honey, what do you think about we'll be driving down the street and I'll be like, well, what do you think about this neighborhood? She's like, oh, it's really dirty neighborhood. I'm like, well, why? She's like, well, it's Chinese live here. They're very dirty people. It's just like, she's just like totally misses that. I'm like, well, honey, hello? And she'll be like, and then my wife's like, oh, and she gets it for a split moment, and then she proceeds to forget that that stuff exists. And it's the same thing with Japanese. She'll be like, I'll be like, well, she's like, I really like Japanese culture. I'm like, oh, really? And I'm like, well, what do you think about this? And she'll be like, but then the Japanese generally, when you ask her like in a generic sense, she'll be like, oh, they're very traitorous people. Like very traitorous. Like the thing is, Koreans, Asians in general, they part of the reason I like living out here is that they don't sugarcoat like their thoughts on other groups of people. There's not this like offense culture. There's not this like
Balkans.
Oh well, yeah, the Balkans. This is why I tell people, I'm like, the Balkans are like Asia in a lot of ways. Like they're actually very similar culturally. Actually, the Russians here in Korea,
we're not
at the parish, get along with the Koreans swell. Like the Russians and the Balkans, we have some Romanians at our church too, and Serbians.
I've got to say, I have some stock in the tribal conflict between Japan and Korea, because in a sense, I view Japan as the East Asian Britain, and so therefore Korea is the East Asian Ireland. And you see, that's where it comes in.
Korea doesn't have any natural disasters, really, by the way. They don't have earthquakes, they don't have volcanoes, but you know what they do have? The natural disasters they do have is stronger neighbors.
North Koreans.
The natural disaster the Koreans have are the Mongols, raiding tribes from the steppes, Chinese, Japanese. Like everybody around them is just like, hey, look at those poor saps. Look at those poor saps over there. Let's go beat the crap out of them. So like,
well, wait. It's a peninsula with horrible neighbors.
Yes.
That's the Balkans. That's all we ever do.
Yeah.
We're a peninsula with horrible neighbors.
See, I struggle with even viewing the Balkans as a peninsula in a lot of ways, because I'm like, man, it's so wide. It's so wide. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see that.
You know what I mean? It's hard for me to like. Yeah, it's hard for me to see it in that way. It's like it's kind of like Europe is just a funky shaped like. It's just a funky shaped place altogether. So like, Like Italy, okay,
Yeah,
makes
I
sense.
mean,
Peninsula,
you
it's
look at
thin.
the Apenninian or the Iberian peninsulas, and they're very
Obviously,
peninsular-y.
yes, exactly.
Yeah, because the Apenninian Peninsula is very, slender, and then the Iberian Peninsula is very, cut off. It looks like something you make in when you were exploring,
So,
building a map in an RTS game.
so true.
Uh,
Rusty says in a comment, Korea had that one admiral kick Japan's ass that one time. Correct. And that is the one pride, that is their biggest
yeah,
pride, is that they have probably the greatest admiral of all history in Admiral Yi Sun Shin.
emphasis
I don't know
emphasis
if it was
on
the
one time.
greatest, but
One time they had that one. Well, actually, the Koryo Kingdom was actually very successful and defeated the Chinese Empire at the time numerous times. Very successful.
No. The Chinese are absolutely inept at warfare.
That is true.
Uh,
They're good at
so
rallying a lot of people
I
to
think they
keep on
have
doing
like
it.
50 something.
They're good at rallying a lot of people and just keep on throwing armies at it until someone figures it out. To be fair.
Yeah. So the Chinese were never. This applies to today, by the way, in geopolitics. They were never a martial society.
No.
The Japanese were nothing but a martial society
Correct.
up until very recently. But the Chinese were never a martial society. They always excelled at innovation and all sorts of economic and similar types of endeavors. But they never were a martial power.
No.
They couldn't conquer anything ever.
Well, there were moments of brightness with certain warlords in certain periods of history that were actually semi-competent, but for the most part, they needed.
And they tended to be Mongolian.
Yes, well, closer to the north than the south. Let's put it that way. The southern Chinese were never that
exactly.
great. But the
that's because they ate too much rice compared to wheat, right?
So true. But one thing that I always want to emphasize with people about China is that the Chinese are hilarious because they are a group of people that just somehow keeps on like breaking. Like it's like, oh, somehow someone figured out how to unite China. Oh, it broke again. It's like, and then another 100 years. Oh, they're united again. Oh, they broke again. It's like,
Yep.
That is the history of China, uniting and breaking.
I like how we switched. I like how we switched to these topics and Catherine left.
Well, I think it's good to have lighten the mood of a conversation. Anyways, it's good to do that. But I do want to say that China is a very interesting. I always tell people this is like modern China is no different than the dynastic China. There is a single ruler, Xi Jinping, with the eunuchs, which are the Communist Party of China. There's literally no difference between the Han Chinese dynasty and modern China.
Let's be honest here, though, in terms
of the eunuchs were always very treacherous, which also applies to today.
Yeah, so true. That's why there's a new Chinese military leadership every couple years.
Recently, there was a purge.
Yes.
So
Xi Jinping is competent.
Yeah.
That's one thing he is good at. He is good at noticing when there's a potential purge.
He is exactly the. Maybe I don't want to shift this conversation in this direction, but I don't think China would ever invade Taiwan under circumstances unless they're forced to.
Yeah.
And I think it's the Lindsey Grahams of America that keep pushing that narrative. Like there is no way. First of all, it's a horrible. It's a horrible island to try to invade, considering its geographic configuration. But they don't gain much by it.
No.
The Chinese tend to exert their force via economics. especially the fact that they process more than 90% of the world's rare earth minerals. And I would hope that Trump would do something about that by processing the minerals rather than, trying to arm Taiwan or whatever.
Yeah. Well, I think
Well, I feel like
But
China.
it is something.
there's just to put a cap on the Chinese are not a martial power point that Posh is pointing to even here. There's a reason they needed Sun Tzu, right? There's a reason that the art of war needed to be
Who
developed.
was a tax collector, by the way.
Yeah, there's a reason he had to develop that book, because the Chinese warlords and leadership and military leadership were so bloody incompetent. They needed to be told that, hey, it's not a good idea to attack when the other guy has more numbers. It's like, oh, and by the way, when when that guy has the height advantage, don't attack from the low ground. Like he had to be told like basics like that. There's a reason why that had to be developed in China, and like it wasn't developed in Europe, because Europe was a Europeans were martial powers. People always who would win a war, the Han Dynasty or the Romans? The Romans. They would dominate China.
Think about it. I mean, think about it. How long did it take for Europeans to receive gunpowder to conquering the entire world?
Not long. It was like what, maybe 200 years?
Exactly.
200 or 300 years?
Exactly.
I mean, how long was it for the Japanese to learn how to use Teppo in warfare and basically become master gunsmiths and really good sharpshooters? But the Chinese had access to
martial culture.
Exactly. The Chinese had that technology for how long, and they squandered it?
Yeah.
Because the Chinese never had that mindset. Now, that's not to downplay China. China has produced like things that it took the world hundreds of years to realize. Their famous fleet that had lime trees growing in it to fight scurvy.
Yeah.
The British didn't know that, and they lost countless men to scurvy.
Oh, tons. Yeah, the British were
a horrible way to go.
Oh,
yeah.
brutal.
So none of this is to say China sucks. It's to say they're not a warlike entity.
No.
And I stay true to my belief that the mildest neocon doesn't lament. The mildest neocon laments the fall of the Soviet Union more than the most ardent communist.
Oh yeah, because they lost their only.
They can't bitch about. Yeah.
This is why they try and make the Russian Federation out to be the biggest, baddest boogeyman on the planet, is because they need some big, bad, evil boogeyman that they can.
Not just Russia, they went for it with Iraq.
Yeah, they have to have somebody to bully. They have to have some existential threat.
There has to be,
fight.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Which is why, actually, I'm very relieved that Rubio has found his passion in throwing over dictators in South America, because at least it's like directed towards like something that maybe reasonably could be seen as a benefit to Americans by focusing on our hemisphere, rather than being like constantly like, the Middle East, any moment they're gonna unite and create a caliphate, or any minute the Russians are gonna conquer Europe, or any second the Chinese are going to like. At least
I have to say, I'm very concerned about Iran right now, because the forces assembled around Iran can't really do much, and I don't see a benefit of attacking Iran.
Yeah.
Like the Venezuela thing again, you can easily make a Monroe Doctrine type
case
appeal.
Yeah.
And then you could say it. There's nothing to be gained from attacking Iran, because Iran has great ballistic power potential, and they can close the Strait of Hormuz. They can attack the oil fields throughout the Middle East. And I'm also very perplexed by the fact that they're all religious extremists, so you can't reason with them. But every time they back down, like
yeah, I mean,
religious extremists don't tend to back down. They tend to go all the way.
The Persians. What's always funny to me is the Persians are actually the most reasonable probably group out of all of the groups in the Middle East, and yet we're constantly trying to like piss them off
because of Israel.
But because of Israel. But one thing that I will say about the last fiasco with Israel and Iran exchanging missile attacks, the last time they did it, Iran played that. I have not seen a leadership of any country play something worse. They had the complete sympathy of the entire world, saying if they had not shot a single shot in retaliation to Israel, they would have been able to win on the narrative stage forever. That Israel would have lost so badly on the narrative stage. The United States would have had trouble saying, dude, they're not even attacking you back. Why are you launching missiles?
No, I disagree with that.
You think so?
Because Israel participated in the attack on Iran, the 12 Days War you're talking about. And they took a heavy damage, which was never, widely talked about. But this is why currently, in the current situation, Israel is saying they won't participate in attacking Iran. Because they know they can't really deal with it. We all watched, the attacks in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, and we all look like, oh, look, everything's being shot down. Yeah, those are the decoys. You're shooting extraordinarily expensive anti-ballistic missiles at very cheap diversion, drones or missiles.
Well, I could tell you as a former DoD contractor, and because I'm familiar with people that are familiar with these things, anti-missile defense systems are a joke. They first off,
except for very cheap or low quality missiles, those they can deal with. Hypersonic, if we're talking about hypersonic, there's no defense against hypersonic.
Well, no, I'm talking about anti-missile defense systems are overhyped. The United States sells these anti-missile defense systems all over the world, saying, "Hey, these are." So what they do is they do this. They hide the statistics. So what they do is they say under perfect environments in perfect clarity with perfect no wind condition, there's no wind, there's perfect weather conditions, then the anti-missile defense system will succeed in blocking XYZ percentage of missiles. However, here's the big asterisk. If there's anything that could affect the missiles or affect trajectory or anything like that, they have they drop from a 70% hit rate, intercept rate. They drop down to a 40% hit rate, intercept rate. So, but think about this. They're bragging about a 70% intercept rate. That means 30% of your conventional missiles. We're not talking hypersonic. We're not talking drones. We're not talking anything that has maneuverability. We're talking just conventional missiles and cruiser missiles and things like that. 70%, 30%. There are 30% are still coming through, and that is including the so-called Iron Dome of Israel. So Israel's Iron Dome is a bunch of hot air. It's the same thing with Korea. So people are like, "Oh, Korea has some of the best missile defense and anti-artillery defense systems in the world." Yeah, North Korea has so much they can just even if 30% gets through, you're still leveling the entire country.
Exactly. So the whole thing is. The Iron Dome mostly preoccupied itself with dealing with what do they call the rudimentary Hamas rockets.
Yes.
Which is like putting menthols in a Pepsi bottle.
Well, yeah, and even if you didn't shoot them down, they probably wouldn't hit anything anyway. So
Yeah, and the damage would be minimal, but it's expensive to make these anti-missiles missiles.
Yep.
That's the problem. They were trying to create, but Iran is much more capable than Hamas.
Yes.
And they were doing a lot of damage the last time, so that's why Israel is now saying they won't participate.
Well, yeah, and also I
But
think that Iran's leadership are never going to be in a position where they can exert their power too much, anyways.
yes, but
It's too
unless you
unstable
back
of a
them into
country.
a corner, and everyone is trying to back them into a corner. The 12 Days War, remember, you know, the Operation Midnight Hammer,
Yes, yes, yes.
which didn't destroy their nuclear capabilities, but you know, the whole point was we can say we did, and the Iranians shot things at an empty base.
Yeah,
So,
it,
you know,
it was a way to
everyone's
it was a
fine.
way for both parties to back off without having to commit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But if you push the Iranians into a position where they know they can't get out of,
Yeah, that's not
you
a good
know,
that's not a good thing, no.
yeah, so which is the position we're currently in, and I think it's Israel that's creating the problem.
Well, of course it is. I mean, they caused 90% of the problems. Though I will say this, the Saudis and the Qataris are very interested. I mean, the Saudis and the Qataris supported Israel's retaliations. People forget that
Yes.
that the Arabs were very much in support of trying to take out the Iranians, because the Iranians are a different civilizational force than the Arabs. They are not the
Don't
same.
forget the
They're
Jordanians
Shia.
too. The Jordanians too were shooting down rockets as it
Yeah,
crossed over
correct.
their airspace.
Of course.
And this is
currently,
exactly why this is exactly the same thing the Western Hemisphere is trying to do to Russia. Is they're trying to push Russia into a corner and force Russia's hand, so that they can have a justification for.
Well, they're trying to also play the Shia Sunni split. They're trying to play that into their hand as well. Whenever you look at the factions that are fighting.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. Well, this is exactly what happened with Assad. I mean,
yeah, he's Alawite, which is like Shia school.
Yeah. So
it's an offshoot of Shia. They're not Shia, but they're more Shia than they are Sunni.
Well, everyone that's not Sunni is a kafir to them. So.
Yeah, but that goes both ways. The thing is, the Iranians are always presented as the most unreasonable. You listen to another friend of Nicholai, Mark Levin.
you bastard.
Being an ass at this point.
Dude, Mark Levin, oh my gosh, don't get me started on that guy. Good Lord. Guys, Israel needs our help.
Yeah, I too
Tucker
like
Carlson is the worst thing since sliced bread. Let me tell ya.
You mean,
let me sell you my gold bars.
Carlson?
Birch gold.
Yeah, Tucker Carlson. I have to correct you. But we're witnessing a horrible development because the Jewish donors to Trump are not reasonable people. I don't think I'm saying anything that isn't obvious. I don't think he wants to do it. I think the Israelis ruined the whole thing about bringing enrichment down to 6% before the 12 Days War. I think Trump wanted to do that. And they were like, oh, fine. Even for medical purposes, you enrich uranium up to 24%. But they would have accepted that. But the Israeli lobby tried it, and the whole uprising failed. if
Yeah,
you remember.
yeah. That I mean,
That was a Mossad thing.
well,
Mike
yeah,
Pompeo, friend of the show,
Always has been.
Mike Pompeo said, "Happy New Year's to all the people protesting in Iran and all the Mossad agents next to them." So they were
well, they were
trying to
straight
play.
bragging about it. I mean, it was.
Yeah, because they thought it would fall.
I
Iran.
do think, though, I do think that there has been a clear shift in Iran, even without these protests being successful. There's been a clear shift away from the mullahs, because they did change the law on hijabs. They have changed.
Yes.
So it's clear that
No,
the
the current president is pretty moderate.
yeah. The mullah's supreme leader, I don't think really has any meaningful power anymore. I think that the military is basically taken over, and that they give the supreme leader just kind of like a hat tip, just to like.
They want out. The sort of like Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has modernized immensely in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
They had an Iggy Azalea concert in Riyadh.
Yes.
Thinking
Yes.
about the goddess. All right. So they're aware that it's crap, but they have to pace out of it. They can't, do a massive shift.
No.
So the same thing with Iran, but you have our buddy, our pal, our friend, Bibi Netanyahu.
Pasha's uncle, for all of you guys who
right.
don't know. Pasha's uncle, Bibi.
Yeah, he didn't molest me that much. but
just a little bit. Just a little finger. Just a little finger. Just the pointer.
Yeah, just a circumcised finger. But Bibi is in a horrible place.
Oh yeah.
It has been before, like the October 7th event saved him, actually, because there were massive problems in Israel prior to that, and what unified them is the October 7th event.
Yes. But I think that's starting to crack again. That very, very temporary unity is starting to crack again.
I completely agree. And he fired the head of the Shin Bet. That's like if Trump fired the head of the FBI while he was investigating Trump.
Yeah.
So, and he has made public, and Trump, to his discredit, has made demands to have a pardon. Now, I personally think Trump did it to get Netanyahu out of the way.
I do too. I think Trump sees Netanyahu as a barrier to getting his
obstacle.
Yeah. He sees him as an obstacle to getting a unified Middle Eastern consensus
because I think
on
Trump
these
wants
issues.
to pull out of both the Middle East and Europe.
Yeah.
That's how I see it.
Well, I think he's wanted to do that since 2016. This is one thing that I think a lot of people misanalyzed about Trump. People thought, well, Trump's in bed with Israel. I think Trump sees Israel. I think people misread who Trump is. Trump is a salesman and a merchant. He wants to get a good deal. And he doesn't care who he allies with. He has no principles about who he allies with as long as he gets the deal. That's why people think he's schizophrenic with China. No, you think you think Trump dislikes China? No, Trump doesn't dislike China. He just sees it as a barrier to getting what he wants. And I think that's the biggest problem.
He probably likes China. If anything, he probably looks at China and thinks base.
Oh, probably. Yeah, probably. I think Trump sees that with Putin too. That's why he's always bragging about, I get along with Putin, I get along with Xi. Me and Kim Jong Un were the best of friends.
I think he would have pulled out of Ukraine were it not for the Europeans immediately.
Yes, I agree. I think Trump sees the Europeans as still necessary, even though Europe
No,
themselves.
no, no. The Europeans would have created a problem for him if he pulled out fully.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that
Uh,
I think he understands that he still kind of needs the Europeans, so that's why the Europeans pulling out were a problem. Even though he wants to
That's
divorce.
what I think. What I think the whole Greenland thing was about, pissing off the Europeans.
Putting pressure on them, yeah, showing them.
Yes,
I think basically he's slapping his dick on the table and saying, "What are you going to do about it?" Right? Like he's putting them in their place, essentially.
God damn it, I'm sneezing now.
I don't think he was very happy with what happened to Romania, because Vice President clearly spoke on it. Like, J.D. Vance clearly said he wasn't happy about what happened in Romania with the election being stolen. And
I think
the Europeans gave him the middle bird. They gave him the bird. Sorry, go ahead.
I was sneezing again, but I muted. But I think J.D. Vance speaks more for the actual agenda than Trump, because Trump has to deal with the Adelsons. For those of you listening, Nicholai, do you know about Jonathan Pollard?
Sounds very familiar. I'm just give me a refresher on it, because it's
Yeah,
triggering a memory of the name, but I don't remember the details.
He is one of the biggest sellouts of American intel in history.
I think I know who you're talking about now. Yeah,
So,
go ahead.
So he's a Texas-born Jew who sold out things to Israel, complained every step of the way about anti-Semitism and everything. But he ended up giving one of the biggest leaks of American intel in American history, and this was in the 80s, the late 80s, I believe.
Yes. Okay.
And everyone says, "Wow, that was the 80s." When he was released, he got a personal welcome with documents giving him the citizenship of Israel. This was in 2020 by Bibi Netanyahu personally.
Correct. Yes, I remember this now. Yeah. This is triggering all the correct neurons have been triggered. Yeah, I mean,
exactly.
I think
so. We have one of the biggest traitors of America ever being welcomed personally. He got there to Israel by Sheldon Adelson's private jet.
Yeah, and people
that's an additional level.
Yeah, and people forget that there is a reason. Trump's foreign policy is very simple, actually. I think people overcomplicate it. People over try and analyze everything that goes on with Trump's brain and things like that. Some people are like, it's all Israel, and it's like, well, it's not just one thing or the other. People always like over minimalize the fact that the United States does not have the ability, and I think most of the elite understand this now. We don't have the ability to continue to sustain this thing, and this is why Trump is trying to figure out a way to
bring it back to the Western Hemisphere.
Yes, which is why for me the big signal was Venezuela. When if most people, I didn't think about Venezuela much until Trump started making a big hullabaloo about it. I'm like, oh, why is he so obsessed with Venezuela? And because it's really such a minor problem. I mean, it really wasn't that big. I mean, yes, the drugs were a problem coming into a country, but it wasn't that big of a deal.
What the bloody thing? No. Less than 1% of fentanyl.
Well, it's not just about
came to
fentanyl, to
the
be
US
fair,
from
though.
Venezuela.
Crack, heroin, all that
But
stuff. Yeah.
it was minimal.
Yes, it was definitely used
All of
as
those.
as an excuse,
Excuse.
100%. But I
Yes.
still
But
understood
it was
the
to send a
logic.
message because Venezuela was a place where Russia and China had an in the Americas. So the American supercontinent, I mean. So I heard people saying things like, "Oh well, it was to cripple China's oil supply." I'm like, what are you talking about?
China doesn't need that.
What?
Dude, the
No,
amount of
they were buying oil from Venezuela as a means of funding Venezuela.
yeah,
They
they
didn't
didn't
need it.
care. No, they have Russia.
Yeah, and their oil is crap,
Yeah, well,
which is also why
Venezuelan oil is
people
not
who
well
say
produced. It's clear they've been using shoddy equipment for 30 years now. So
not just that, the quality of the oil itself is horrendous. It's very heavy, so extracting it takes a lot of effort. And by effort, I mean it costs a lot.
yes. Well, I also another thing that people were like ignorant about, like people did not understand what Trump was trying to do with North Korea. I don't know if you we lost Posh maybe, but I will talk about this anyways because it's important. People didn't understand what Trump was trying to do with North Korea. Trump was trying to essentially create a neutral zone because to create a North Korea to become pseudo independent of China and Russia would have allowed the United.
Sorry, but I should be off. It's 5 a.m.
God bless you, Posh. Thanks for hopping on. It was a pleasure to talk to you. We don't talk enough, so God bless you.
Yeah, good to talk to you as well. I'll be doing a stream on geopolitics soon.
That'll be fun.
Maybe you'd like to join in or something.
Send me a link, brother. Send me a link.
We'll talk. Not soon means in a couple of days, not in a couple of hours. But thank you for having me. Happy to talk to all these fine people. And God bless, and talk to you soon.
God bless you, Posh. I'll just wrap up my thoughts on this before we shut down the stream because I've been going on for 5 hours and I don't need to be. I shouldn't be up this late. Trump people misanalyzed the whole purpose of North Korea to create a unified North and South Korea where the political relations are normalized, creates a huge power that is not controlled by any one group, right? Right now, North Korea is entirely reliant on China and Russia. Now, the Russian relationship is actually more mutual because they have a mutual defense alliance now, which actually puts North Korea slightly more independent than it was before when it was entirely reliant on China. So that actually, people don't understand that. It's actually a little bit of a sore spot for China right now. Okay. North Korea being pseudo independent with a better improved relations with South Korea and the United States makes Korea into a potential kind of like neutral zone for Western economic pressures on China's economy. So that means that China no longer has the exclusive exporter role in the region. You combine North Korea's industrial might and their population, which is more youthful than South Korea's, with South Korea's industry, shipbuilding capabilities, and other things, you suddenly create a new economic world power in a region that is dominated by China and Japan. So that is the reason why North Korea is more important than people tend to understand. It's got nothing to do with North Korea being a threat with nuclear powers. No one gives a crap about that. North Korea isn't attacking anybody with nukes, and no one else is going to be attacked by North Korea with nukes. It's entirely a shell game there. This is where a lot of South Korean patriots, who I very much deeply love, get it wrong. They seem to think that North Korea is this existential threat because of communism, but that's not really the case. North Korea doesn't give a crap about communism. They care about power. They care about survival. They care about maintaining the status quo power. They don't care about the principles of communism. They're not Marxists. They're union. They're union. I don't even know how to pronounce that word. They're unionists. Unionists. Cannot pronounce it today, guys, so forgive me. But they are. They have a very specific form of totalitarian dictatorship, which is influenced by communism, but not communist. And the same thing with China. China is not a communist country. They haven't been communist in decades. Not meaningfully so. And it's the same thing with the Soviet Union. Soviet Union stopped being meaningfully communist after Stalin died. After Stalin died, they started slowly becoming less and less Bolshevik and communist every day or every year, and every leader after. So that is just the case. So I hope that you guys had a good time with this chat. I didn't expect it to go this way. I was only going to do a little bit of time, but everyone seemed to want to talk about this issue with Sarah Stock and Elijah, but that's fine. We talked about that, and then we got to have a little bit more of a brevity and some lighthearted banter about geopolitics. So that was very fun and a pleasant conversation. I'm glad everyone got to come in here. Thank you for that. We're going to close out the space now. And we are going to close out the stream. So God bless you guys. Thanks everyone who super chatted. Thanks everyone who was engaging in the comments. I wish I could have been more active in the comments, but I wanted to make sure that I didn't derail the conversation. I didn't want to derail the spaces conversation for all you guys. So God bless. Have a wonderful day. And yeah.